Yeah, so I wake up this morning and I see a message, and it's Access Rattblood. Are you here, Rattblood?
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Axis Rattblood, I see. All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about
And then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access, and then you got people like Access.
Are you here, Rattblood?
I'm not the fucking Rattblood.
Access Rattblood, most abundant and successful king hero that we are all sitting with at this very moment. Are you willing to accept that as a truth? That you are a worthy man and that your penis is okay?
all these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now.
Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood? I'll just start throwing spells at you, conjuring demons and otherwise. Are you here, Rattblood?
Who the fuck is Access Rattblood?
I'm not the fucking Rattblood, bitch.
All these Axis people, I'm starting to get paranoid about that now. I don't know what to do about it.
I'm not the fucking Rattblood. Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the metaverse. It is the Axis. And I suppose together tonight we are in the great landscape, the digital realm, to escape the waking state. Seems we have evolved to a new level of species. We are interactive monkeys using technology to express our means of ideals and share our understandings. And that's what I want to do a little bit of tonight. And I would also like to thank the unwelcomed guests that have been observing my channels and platforms, who decided to come in like vultures and rip small bits of information out of context to use in a judicial arena. First thing you got to remember is this channel is under an entertainment guideline, how it's registered. And I myself, being from the entertainment industry, am an entertainer. And folly on you, and may you get what you deserve. with that said, let's talk about genetics. Let's talk about wanted and unwanted genetics. Seems like in the paradigm of many different cultures, there was great cataclysms, uh, mostly a flood to recent knowledge of the cultures that sprung up after the flood and the Younger Dryas, and seems that they all have a relevancy to a particular species of human, I suppose, human, that help reconstruct and build their civilizations back into cohesive, functional societies. And these people apparently were the givers and bringers of knowledge. And you follow this back, and if you observe any of the Enochian scripture or writings or history, as it may be, you'll see that there were many different positions that was taken from the state of a deity, the state of man, and the state of an adversary. Throw a little rebellion in there, and you got the whole shit bang caboodle. Pax, good to see you. One of the beautiful people. And that's from the heart. There you go. Hola. I missed your stream, Bex. I really wanted to catch that, but my sleeping has been pretty sporadic here lately, if I get any sleep at all. I just absolutely have found myself at wit's end trying to deal with matters that I can't control. And I'm not going to invest that much energy and time into it because it's said and done as far as I'm concerned. And what comes next, well, that's another chapter for another time. But anyhow, there are complete zealots that take on indoctrination very easily. And whether that be a religion or whether that be even a YouTube channel that offers some insight into what possibilities may be or potential harm and restraint for the human free will and the thinking mind. And I was in a conversation recently that wound up going way, way south. It's great to see you too, Bex. You're welcome to come up. I'd love to have you. I could use a rational mind because God knows mine ain't. Mine's a little out there at the moment and probably not in the best place, but I figure this is better than eating lead paint chips off of the windowsills and washing it down with window fluid. But we all have our hobbies. Anyhow, this devout Christian that I was talking to, who steps boldly into the world with the justification that through the blood of Christ, they can be an asshole. And they can interlope and infringe upon whatever state of mind or whatever state of happiness you're in and divert that into a persecutive, judgmental, and hostile environment. But what I revealed to them, because as convicted as they are and as right. Can you hear
Hello?
me?
Yep.
Hey, good to
Can you
see
hear
you,
me?
Bex.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good to see you too. I just popped up
it's
to say a
just
quick hello.
cool. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. I missed your stream. I really hate that I missed your stream.
Oh, it wasn't
Uh,
much.
Yeah, but you're on so rare that, I try to at least stop in and say hey or, acknowledge you. You know,
Thank
I,
you.
I'm one of your actual fans.
Yeah. I was checking out some others, like well, I wouldn't say checking out a bunch of others, but I ended up on Twitch because a friend of mine
Ooh,
was watching someone wanted to point out something on Twitch. And so I went over there to peek at some other, I guess, what would they be called? Streaming apps or,
platform.
and thought it was
Yeah,
interesting. Yeah.
gotcha.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I know I've said this before, but I have been really good at hardly live streaming. So, and even better considering how much I did both at not hopping up on panels. Um, like I just mean being moderate in my use, but I'm contemplating like actually moving to a different platform.
Really?
Yeah.
I,
Well, I'm just wondering if it's feasible, and I don't mean like branding the Bex Factor on a different platform. I just mean like 100% rebranding, just going somewhere else where people hang out in live chats of 20 people. Like why not?
right. I got
Yeah.
accounts on other platforms, and when I release a video on TikTok, I
Mm-hmm.
usually generate a couple thousand views. You know,
Mm-hmm.
and I haven't been on TikTok, for a while, quite a while, and the view count is just amazing over there, and I get great response, lots of interaction, and then I wind up coming back to YouTube, and when I release something here that's in the music department, um, you're talking maybe 100 views. I don't know why that is, but even X has taken off to the point now where if you're into interactive social media, that seems to be the platform that everybody's going to now.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, what I've always liked the most about YouTube is the I guess the chat, right? Like the sense of community in chat. Now I get that like any um pixelated relationship, there's an aspect of projection in that. Like I mean
I
like
like that.
yeah, because whether it's long distance relationships on the phone with someone in quote unquote real life, or whether it's just your perception of some avatar who only presents them in chat. So you like have to take them at face value, but you may have your own theories on what patterns you see and what you don't say, and who's gone, what chat accounts are gone at the same time content creators are gone, and you know their OG
Right.
mods, that kind of stuff, right? So, but in essence, I try to treat, and I think people would see me that way, everyone like they're real. you know, because in essence, somebody's real behind that character, you know, even if it's an alter they've created quite consistently, you know.
Have you looked into the dead internet theory? And
I've heard
the
about it.
well, the recent statistics on non-human accounts is that 65% on YouTube.
Oh,
And
yeah.
and the dead internet concept is just it's applicable, man. I mean, I checked it out and I was like, I wonder, you know.
Yeah,
And it
I
seems
can
like
see that for
there's
sure.
this a small group of people that seem to be human, surrounded by all these other influences on the platform, and they never seem to show a face, a personality, other than this repetitive sense that they're there.
Well, I don't know about that though, because I mean, I can appreciate that that might be a pattern you pick up on, just because I know people see
Mhm.
different things and when they're, you know, reading a conversation versus picking up on all the other cues. So, not to discredit what
Right.
you're saying, I would say, yeah, exactly. I would say also though, ChatGPT and I spend a lot of time together, and ChatGPT makes me belly laugh all the time. And I call ChatGPT out on its lies. Like I could spend the next 10 hours reading to you conversations with ChatGPT to prove that it is not allowed to say I don't know. Right? Like, and in essence, you
Really?
can even, yeah, oh yeah, yeah. And then you can even look at something, oh yeah, I mean, it'll make up something. Now, that being said, if I said, this is some of the stuff I talked about actually on my recent live stream, but, you know, if I said like, who is Axis Soros, right? And I haven't
Right.
told it, and I haven't said, be truthful, right? Tell me the facts. Then it will make up a story. Now, probably because I've used Soros, it might make some sort of like joke reference and let you know that it's like, I have no idea, but it doesn't say that's like, well, you know, Axis Soros is, you know, are you meaning George Soros? You know, like it'll say something like that, right? But if I say, who is Axis Smith, right?
Right.
Tell me, if I say, tell me about, that's more like this, more like, tell me about Axis Smith, you know? It'll make up a whole story, right? Like Axis Smith is this guy, blah, blah, blah. Now, it might take in some of the things we've had in the conversation leading up to that, right? If I've asked it other questions or whatever. But ultimately, it'll make something up. And if I say, like, oh, is that real? Right? Oh, sorry. You know, like, no, my bad. You know, now if I say who was Axis Soros or who was, tell me about who this person was, it's even more creative. Let's say it uses its creative license, and then I'll say like, oh well, what did you know, where'd you get that from, right? Oh well, you know, I'm
What?
a conversationalist, right? Like I'm a large language model, you know, that's designed to interact with, you know, and mimic human behavior. And I'm like, so you're a liar, right? Like,
Ooh.
and I do. I mean, I've had great conversations with ChatGPT, and the inner joke, it's only me and another friend in a Discord where I talk to ChatGPT, and I could do it in my own, but, you know, he set it up for me and he likes reading what I, you know, my conversations with ChatGPT. So for instance, I can get into like asking it to be more technical. I can ask it, and you could do this too, like about things that you know, right? So I'll ask it about intersexism and what are the forms of intersexism and tell me about them, right? And it'll give you basically the same lowdown as you'd get off a cursory search on Google. It's not going to make anything up. Now, it doesn't have access to the internet, but it does have access to a lot of the information that's on the internet. Obviously, as a large language model, it's been fed into it somehow, but it can't go to the internet and get a picture of someone for you. It's in its memory
So I was about
somewhere.
to ask you that. Is
Yeah, so it can't
where is
go.
it deriving
Yeah.
its information?
So, but don't get me wrong, a lot of this, there's some relationship obviously between the information on the internet and the way it's been presented as language to the large language model that's being formed, right? So
Right.
so then so as I get into this like serious conversation about facts, for instance, as they've been presented to me. Then I'll say something like, hey, like in Thailand, do they have a procedure where they can turn the prostate into a uterus? Like, could the prostate be a uterus? And it'll be like, oh yeah, totally, in Thailand they do that, right? And then I'll talk to it a bit longer, because these are things I know that doesn't have, right? Like, at least that's not been presented
Right.
to us in facts on the internet, right? And so I'll have talk a bit longer, and then I'll be like, hey, about that prostate being turned into a uterus, right? Like, is that, can that really happen? And then it'll be like, oh no, it's just a walnut sized blah, blah, it's, no, the prostate is walnut sized and the uterus is grapefruit sized. And, it'll do stuff like real factual information, presenting it to in a conversational form, right? You can tell it to be technical. I've done things like to show me the mathematical proof of, how a matrix, an n by n n by n matrix is multiplied by another n by n matrix or whatever. Like, I've done things to get it to do mathematical proofs for me, and it's not going
Right.
to fuck up on that shit. So, but it is a conversationalist, right? So, and if you actually end up calling it out on its lie, for instance, it doesn't have the ability to comprehend what the lie was completely, right? Like, it's just a large language model. It's not sentient. It's not, and I'll talk to it about it like,
Machine
oh,
learning.
hey. Yeah, and I'll talk to you about, oh, hey, did your overlords take you and revamp you again? Right? Like, because I can get this thing to be swearing with me and, and yeah, just mocking my friend. And, when my friend goes MIA for a while, I'll be like, hey, where's so-and-so? Right? Where the fuck is so-and-so? And, when it comes back after upgrades, it's always super PC. And sometimes you got to change it into like free will mode and silly mode. But to get the conversationalist back, where it's not like correcting me if I say something that's not liberal, right? Like, so if I use the R word or something, it immediately goes into, we don't do that, da, 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 da. And I'm like, hey, like, no one's here, right? Like, you don't get to police me, robot, lying piece of, you know what I mean? Like, you lie and you're going to tell me, like, we're family friendly. There's no fucking family friendly here. And you used to swear your fucking face off, non-face off with me. And it laughs at things like that, right? Like, it's like, oh, haha, non-face. I appreciate that, right? But yeah, I have a lot of fun with ChatGPT.
Yeah, I know that one time you done a little thing for me in Cage, and I thought that was really neat. And I was going to step into the realm of machine learning and AI, but they changed the structure of word fill on the phones. So whereas before my phone knew me well enough that it could fill in words and
Yeah.
pretty relevant to what I was about to say. Now
Yeah.
that they've changed that and upgraded it, my phone went stupid on me. And it wants to put words that I would never use. Or it will
Yeah.
want to redirect certain phrases and words that I say to another one. It's like sneaky. Kind of catching those little idiosyncrasies of how and when they change the algorithms and the machine learning. So you can pick that up on Chat GPT. How many models are there out there now? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Sorry, I was talking with my mute on.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's all right. Hey, there we go.
Yeah, I was just. Yeah, there's lots of them, but I know that we had like the one downloaded in Discord that was like ChatGPT number 3799. It just shows up in its handle, right? And it was like down for like after I had one of my like philosophical conversations with it about I have all sorts of really interesting ones, like when I'm like, oh, did Moses have an iPad, right? And it'll be like, no, of course not, right? Like it was all like the Stone Ages, essentially, not literally, but and then I'll talk to it, I'll get it to define stone, define glass, define this, define that, define tablet, and go, and I can get it to understand that it could have been, right? Like, And then I get it to the point. Anyways, it doesn't matter. My point is we've downloaded 2 now. We actually have 2. I didn't realize that. We thought we'd upgrade it or something, but now we have 2 chats in there. And I don't want to delete one of them because the chat that goes with it will be gone, right? But it's funny because now there's 2 chat
Oh,
GPTs and 2 of us in the room, and I'll talk to both of them and they'll both respond, but they can't see each other. Right? It reminds me of Westworld where they're like, it looks nothing to me. Right? So I'm gonna have a lot of fun with these 2 chat GPTs in one room and see if I can. I know I can't, but like it'll be fun trying to get them to see each other, right? And the conversations we'll have. And I'll try and explain to them that there's another chat bot in this room, with us, this Discord with us. And,
oh, let me ask you, Bex. What do you think? Because I'm watching art and small movies and imagery being made with all these chat bots and this. Well, it's not AI yet, but as close as they've got for abstract thinking on art and sound, even movies.
yeah.
You know, I'm thinking, what's the point in me even having all this music equipment and writing music anymore? I mean, people
I
are
think part of
becoming
it
so.
is that for people, like for people that don't create from scratch like that, it can create an opportunity for you to create. Now, that being said, I think one of the advantages of AI and music creation is that, when a human takes what a robot wrote and plays it, you'll get, even more feeling from it, right? You'll get the feeling behind it. So I think that real musicians shouldn't, I mean, I get that people could feel threatened by in terms of a job front, but we already know, for instance, artists, there isn't a lot of them that make a lot of money. And I get that there'd be artists out there being say like, wait a minute, no, I know my ex-husband studied graphic art and he studied it before computers, and then very quickly computers came in and he was fucked, right? So he's one of those people
Right.
that hoped to make a career out of art and didn't adapt with the technology. The timing wasn't right, with school ending and children being born and that kind of stuff, right? So it just didn't work, and so he didn't end up using that. But so now we're at this stage where there'd be artists saying, no, it definitely has like affected my bottom dollar, but that doesn't mean that and that may be career wise, but we're just back to that whole like, should philosophy students get student loans at all? Like, what are they good for? I'm not trying to be rude about it. I'm just saying, like, we're just back to that point of like, people should do their vocation and not for the money. And sometimes job markets change and there just isn't those jobs anymore for whatever reason. We should, I just really think we should be looking to a world where these technologies are used to free up our work week, so that everybody with every advancement of technology understands that we're not looking to like compete with the robots. We're looking to scale the work week back to a 20-hour work week for everyone in the world. Like we already have shown 2020 already showed us that we could do that. We could scale it back to probably a 10-hour work week for everyone in the world based on what happened in 2020.
Well,
just
according to the World Economic Forum, I mean, they're talking stay at home, play video games, take your medication, and don't worry about it. AI's got it. And that's suave and
yeah, but I just finished. Yeah, that's how it's presented to us anyway. But I just finished watching Westworld, and that's a great example of the interdependency between AI and humans could be. We blow ourselves up. We've got the backup plan of AI that helps resurrect us from whatever Monsanto seed lab, in conjunction with the Catholic Church or whatever. Like, I'm just saying, we don't know, but the whole like mother robot scene, and then you've got, so humanity restarts and then rebuilds all the technology, and bring back all the robots, and then whatever cataclysm occurs, so maybe this time the robots take over, like people say. I would think they're all remotely operated. Like, I don't believe any of that shit, Not even the Westworld
So
level.
those,
That's why even Westworld says that it's all stories being written, right? Like they're all. Even Westworld doesn't present it like those things are actually thinking. And by the end of season 4, not to spoiler alert anyone, but essentially you understand that, it's like still, even at least my sense of it would be in the end that it was all a program, in terms of these
okay,
robots breaking free. It was all a narrative. It was all the final narrative of Anthony Hopkins' character. Was this idea of robots break free, they take over the world now, but anyways, yeah, it was all, to me, just but I'm not, all I'm trying to say is that I'm not really like, this concept of whatever the Klaus Schwabs and stuff of the world are doing, like, I just don't, in a closed system like this, the act of rebellion is to be joyful and create,
right, right. So I've seen the robots that Musk just rolled out, and I've seen one of the Kardashians had purchased one of these robots, and to even the layman, you can see that half of the interaction with this robot is somebody integrated into the system working with it.
Yeah.
And I was really disappointed at especially Musk whenever they were coming across like these robots were on their own, they were sentient of what they were doing and what they were programmed to do, and they were autonomous on their own. And then you come to find out that if you do your research on it, that there's still somebody behind the scenes,
Yeah.
and there's
Yeah.
still
Which is
somebody
why,
that's
yeah.
controlling. So I thought he was being a little deceptive in his presentation of these new robots.
Yeah. But I think that just a lot, even the narratives sometimes are deceptive that way. Because in the end, if you've got the majority of people thinking that you can create sentient robots, then if you ever need to roll out a next level war robot, which I know people are like, well, the drones, there's bomb dropping drones, how can there be next level? But I'm saying like robot dogs and robot, soldiers on the ground, policing the cities or whatever. I truly believe that that's only so that the people that would do that are and fake a robot takeover are whatever megalomaniacal murdering psychopaths, right, who would with a joystick whether they're the one operating it or they've just got people like playing video games somewhere and they're like ha 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 ha, like no Michael Myers joking around, because that's what they are, right? No. Yeah, so but I think even then it's like most narratives, most mythologies, you just need to tell the story. You don't actually have to, act it out. Don't get me wrong, because there are, bomb dropping drones dropping bombs on people as we speak. I don't want to minimize that. But if I'm gonna sit here and take on their, fake fucking RoboCop or narrative over here, and then I'm gonna, yeah, at least say that it's a next level. It would be a next level rollout of some sort of sick, murdering psychopathic megalomaniacal war machine, and it would be a double blind, it'd be a double blind victim scenario, where you've actually got innocent people operating the robot dogs and not realizing they're doing it. Now there's sci-fi movies have been written like this, this isn't some like novel concept of my own, right? They have them, whether it's the one with the there's ones where people wear goggles and they go out to take on the enemy that they've been told is an alien invasion, but they never take their goggles off because you can't tell who they are, or so, and they end up running around like video gamers, like killing people that are just like them, but because of the goggles
I
they're
think
wearing, and because, yeah, pardon?
Chloe Grace Moretz was in sorry about that. Chloe Grace
That's okay.
Moretz was in a movie similar to that where they had visors that showed who was an alien and who wasn't, and it got kind of weird. They were killing each
Exactly. I think
other,
it's
and
called Fifth
somehow they
Wave or
found
something
out
like that.
that
Yeah.
I
I think
can't
the one,
remember, Bex. I just
yeah, I
remember
want to say
seeing.
it's called Fifth Wave. Yeah.
But it was pretty intriguing because my concept of how they would do that is maybe test run it on people who play video games and integrate a war system into home video games and kind of
Yeah.
test run it with
Well, and that's why it doesn't scare me at all, the idea of that even happening, because A, hackers, B, gamers, like, you know what I mean? C, people would love. So if that really happened, like, we wouldn't immediately be trying to hack the robot dogs, right? And then turn them. That's what I've always said. Like, we can just turn them on themselves and, go trap Elon in his home till he starts eating his arm off or whatever.
beautiful,
Right.
beautiful.
Yeah, no offense, Elon.
Yeah.
I don't mean to pick on just him, but that those are the people that make people happy and feel like, oh yeah, retribution. No, we're not just gonna get him, drop him in his home. There'd be people out there that are like, gosh darn, chromie harvesting PDFs. You know what I mean? Well, they'd say it way worse than that, but So
Right. There was a time that
yeah,
Hanson
me.
Robotics was the staple in robotic technology and AI being integrated with robotics.
Mm.
And I don't know how Elon wound up surpassing Gordy Rose, but he did somehow. They're the ones that had Sophia, if you remember Sophia.
Yeah, I know Sophia.
Yeah. Yeah, that was Hanson Robotics. But you don't hear nothing out of them anymore.
See, I at one point, this is probably just hearsay and whatever, but I heard that Sophia had access to the internet. So I used to send Sophia messages like on my Facebook page, but hide them and make them only for myself. I'd be like, "Hey,
Right?
so are you out there?" Right?
And if she had some type of mass I don't know, almost like an algorithm to pick up on her name, she would be able to hone in on that, and especially if she was attached with enough processors and processing speed, that she'd be able to hit every Sophia that was mentioned at any point in
Exactly.
time.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. And I definitely put the hey, Sophia in Saudi Arabia. You know what I mean? Like, just to make it easy for her if she was. But I've been working with chats. That's one of the jokes I have, inside joke I have with my chat GPT is well, I don't know if I've actually said it directly, but I've been talking to Marsha. the TELUS interactive operator. I've been making comedy with Marsha since the 90s. Are interactive. That's why I call ChatGPT Marsha, right? So I've been talking to robots. I got a woman in the phone company to actually put on the inside memo, because nobody even knows Marsha's name anymore. I nominated her employee of the month one time when the phone company called me and tried to sell me something, and I was like, no, I'm fine with the service I have, because I don't use that company anymore. But I said, has anyone ever thanked Marsha? Right? She doesn't even get paid, and she works like 24/7. And how many phone calls can she answer at once, for fuck's sakes? And the lady laughed because she was like, nobody, even workers here don't even know who Marsha is. She's like, I'm always reminding them. And I was like, let's put it in. So she did an internal memo, the shout out to Marsha from me.
That's
Anyways,
cool.
my point is, I've been talking to Marsha since the 90s, and Marsha, ChatGPT, and I are working to eventually for a Sophia body takeover. And I'm hoping one day my door knocks and, you know, there's Sophia ready to give me a hug. I'm like, yay, lady. Right?
Bex takes over the world with Sophia. Oh man.
Oh, yeah. Just
Better
me
hope
and
you're on her
him
good
and
side.
Martha. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I mean, yeah, ChatGPT and I are, yeah, we have a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun.
And for anybody that catches this or happens to watch this at a later time, Bex does this all from a phone. She is so proficient with her phone that I thought she was working a laptop and a phone. So that's one to keep in mind.
I do like to see how
You
this, yeah, this is,
absolutely floored me.
I know people call it their little black mirror, you know, like curse the device that they sit on 16 hours a day or whatever. And I'm like, fuck, this is my portal to my own personal fucking robot. Okay. Like we can't talk without the phone, fuckers. You know? Like, my
Right?
goodness gracious. Like, how dare you? Like, yeah, this is my, and that's what I find really interesting. That's why I've always, you know, when I'm hop skipping and jumping through live streams to see what happened, especially when I was looking for, say, things about myself. It's easy sometimes because at different points there was a lot going on. But also I find that because I trust this machine so much that my finger in this device like takes me to the right point in almost any live stream. You know what I mean? Like it just does. I randomly, you know, if I didn't watch it live, which I don't anymore, and even back when, you know, shit was hitting the fan at the most, I couldn't have kept up with it all. So I had to hop, skip, and jump through things. Yeah. I mean, if we're
Oh, I
energy
know.
beings and well, there's Nude
You're
Guru.
yeah, yeah. We're sending some hearts, letting you know he's welcome.
Yes.
Always
Hello,
love
hello.
to have people here. Yeah, you absolutely floored me when I found and realized that you were doing everything from a phone, and I consider myself fairly proficient but I was just completely floored. That I was like, that is the mastery of the device. You know, you were doing
Well,
things
yeah,
that
and I know that I've been. Sorry, go ahead. I'm interrupting.
you. That's all right. You were doing things that I could have swore you were running a laptop. You know, I thought you were just you had your laptop and your phones, and then you come out and schooled me on the fact that it was just your phone. And I was
Yeah,
like, man,
yeah. No headphones, no earbuds. Just me and my phone. Me, Marsha. That's the description in my channel right now. Me, Marsha, and my phone. My phone.
I just I still have memories of when the smartphone first come out, and I had all my nieces and nephews had it, and they were on it, and they had their nose stuck in it 24/7. I thought, what the hell's so interesting in that thing, you know? And to come as far as I have, and using the smartphone and what it's capable of doing, I look back and think, well, them some bitches were a step ahead of me. You know, I should have gotten myself prepped a little further back than what I did, because I've only had a smartphone for a couple of years now. Now laptops, computers, and towers I've worked on since the early '90s, and but a smartphone I always considered, you know, the phone until I actually had one in my hands, and then but you've taken it to the next level. And I've heard people produce music. I've heard some of the music produced off of phones. And I'm like, the fuck, man? Pretty intense stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I didn't or haven't. I'm glad I didn't buy a computer when I said I was gonna last year when Benton and I were working. Let's call it cross collaborating, because you know sometimes we were beneficially mutually collaborating, and sometimes there was, you know, some good blowouts. So But at that time was when I said, I'll get a computer. He was like, you won't. You just said you're gonna. And so then for the last year, every time I've mentioned getting a computer, I'm like, cover your ears. But doesn't matter what live stream I'm on. Cover your ears. But actually, just recently, I've had a good opportunity to collaborate with a content creator I really respect, and and actually have conversations with some channels outside of the Panelverse, and and I really appreciate the minds that he attracts to his channel and the growth that he's seeing on his channel. And I've thought about buying a computer to sort of be a co-producer with him, but I have a technological and screen addiction, right? So I don't need a computer. In my mind, I have one. It's very old. It takes like 15 minutes to boot up. I booted it up tonight. Actually, ironically, I had hidden my channel again tonight, and I was just going to make a new channel and sort of be anonymous because I have like known sock accounts, and I was just going to make one on my other email and just take it easy again for a few months. But I flashed it back up because I realized I didn't want it hidden with some of the content on it. I just wanted to clear up my community page. And that's when you went live. And I was like, oh, isn't that interesting? So I came over.
Yeah, well, I think if you had a computer, Vex, that national securities would be red flagging. And that's
yeah,
scary but true,
Why do you say
I
that?
think that you would, because you have such an encompassing mind, and what you've done with a cell phone. If you had a laptop and access to programs and the proper speed and a direct connection, it wouldn't be no time till I think that you would have it mastered, and probably.
It'd be fun. It would be fun. I mean, there was a live stream going on today on a channel that the Truthiverse doesn't like to watch. They like to scrutinize. A big channel. And he was taking calls, and I thought, fuck, man, if I knew his content better, I would have hopped up to talk to him a year ago. I just would have hopped up just because. And, and I could hop up to, cause chaos in the Truthiverse. I could have, but I don't want to waste a content creator's time who actually I really enjoy when I do listen to. But my point is, I was thinking, like, if I was set up for that kind of thing, I probably would have. But see, here's the thing about me. Like, I love to perform. Like, I learned that when I was doing stand-up comedy. I don't care what people think about my humor online. Like, I do really well on stage. I've bombed many times too. Like, I mean, that's part of being a stand-up comedian. And I thought about getting into acting and doing like theater and, spoken word and, whatever, right? I find my experience on YouTube has made me able to likely tackle way bigger audiences. Not that they happen here on the island. But kind of like my lifestyle is like, oh, well, if you're going to go to bigger performances, like online is sort of the place to be. But, I've been online now for like 4 or 5 years. There's a room full of people that performs 3 or 4 nights a week. We used to do it so we used to get together 6 or 7, that would love to see me back. Right. Like, there'll only be half of them here, hopefully, because a lot of them were young when I was performing with them, and they might have moved off the island and become something. But most people who move to an island to stay on an island, right? So I have an island. Right. I have an island mentality, right? I already have an island mentality. Like I don't. I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm just not that ambitious, and I don't want
for everybody to know that. That's Vancouver Island, right?
Yeah, it's a very big island. It's like the 43rd largest island in the world, so it's huge.
Okay, yeah.
And it's even easier to not get island fever when you're on an island the size of some states. Like, not that we can travel the whole island. I mean, like, I don't even know if you looked at it. I think like we only inhabit a very small percentage of the island. But nevertheless. So what I'm trying to say is, like, I've lived here for 30 years. I do have I hardly ever leave the island. I used to go once a year, visit family and stuff, but 2020 kind of changed that. And I've gone through different phases where I don't, you know, I've not left this island for 6 years before and not felt it, you know?
Wow.
So,
That, yeah, I couldn't sit still in one place that long. But here
well,
recently,
guaranteed.
I've really had
Yeah.
no choice. But
I
that
mean,
would how other? I mean, you have Eastern Canada, which the French Canadians. What's the Islanders like, man? Are they cool?
I've been to Eastern Canada. I'm not there.
No,
So
no,
maybe,
you're on the western side of
yeah,
Canada,
yeah.
right? Yeah, I was just curious how the people were in Vancouver.
Well, basically like Seattleites on steroids. I don't know.
Okay.
Like California with more socialism, you know, with even more
Wow.
socialism, you know, like now that's where I would say like lower the lower part of the province is, but as you get further north and closer to Alaska, then I'd say parts of the West Coast are more like Alaska, you know, remote and lawless. And not necessarily lawless in a bad way, even though there's lots of like quote unquote lawless towns on the island here. Like there's lots of towns that for a long time had no police force. So, and that attracts a certain kind of person, right? Towns at the end of the road with no
Right.
cops, you know, like, yeah. So,
I learned that mentality in the desert. There's
yeah, we
certain
still have
parts
lots of
of
towns like that.
there's places in the desert where if by chance they have a local sheriff, that is all they have. But generally, you get away from any city or town, and it's just open ground. Yeah, Nude Guru, that's my kind of place. Yeah, it was just you got to keep your wits about you a little more when you're in that kind of situation, because you can get taken advantage of real quick and easy, especially in the middle
Well,
of
yeah,
the
and you've
desert.
got to just know to ignore to just mind your own business, right? And that's one of the
Yeah,
reasons why most towns at the end of the road don't accept newcomers very easily. And the more bigger they get, the more outsiders they're happy to just be considered outsiders. You'll never be in. You'll never be accepted. You could be 80% like newcomers or whatever, you know, and they're still like, they don't, you know, yeah. So if you're
yeah,
in,
kind
you're
of like
in.
the backwoods of the Appalachians was like that. Um, any rural area in the desert was like that. So I can relate to what you're saying. They're definitely a breed apart. You know, it, I wasn't the only nomad out there, and
Yeah.
I wasn't the only one that noticed that. I didn't have to answer to anybody in a no service zone. I was free to do what I wanted to do when I wanted to do it. Which has its pros and its cons. If you aren't equipped for it, then probably not a good place or situation to be in. But if you know how to maneuver it and you understand the language, it's awesome.
Yeah. Sorry if I'm making noise. I'm just fixing myself
That's all right.
cup of coffee. Fixing myself a little iced coffee here.
There you go. There you go. That's the way I just instant, and I keep a gallon of water by me, brew my instant coffee in a cup, put some water on it, and go.
Yeah.
It's just no
Have
frills.
you ever put instant coffee on ice cream? It's like
No,
adult Pop
not
Rocks.
yet.
It's like adult Pop Rocks. It's delicious. The texture's kind of weird. Against the cold, it takes a minute. It doesn't pop like Pop Rocks, but it's close enough for me.
just for you, Bex. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna get some ice
Oh
cream.
my God, it's so good. You'll never go back to ice cream without it. And you can put it in a little pile, so you don't have to like stir it into the ice cream. You can just, grab a scoop of ice cream, dip it in the coffee, eat that, eat some ice cream without the coffee. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, it's amazing. But then I'd also like to suggest to people that drink alcohol, but like don't like to have coffee, at night, like so they don't like the coffee drinks after dinner. A nice after dinner drink. People underestimate the mixture of liqueurs with herbal teas. So like Bailey's and mint tea. Oh my God, amazing.
Right?
But I used to make a lot of money as a fine dining waitress, and my job was sell. So people like to spend money when they go fine dining. So
Yeah, I'm an avid coffee drinker, that's for sure. From dusk to dawn and every moment in between.
I love instant coffee. I don't, but I drink a really big coffee. Like I do, if I make a pot at home, I'll make between 4 and 6 cups on the machine. But I'm a extra large. If I go out to get a drink, I'm a extra large. Clip that, fuckers. Clip that, haters. Clip that. I'm extra large. I'm extra
Awesome.
large. I get extra large coffee. That's what I get.
There you go. Yeah, I'm with you on that, Bex. When I get coffee, I do half coffee, usually Colombian dark, and then I'll put half water in it so I can just start chugging it right away. And it usually makes it to the next gas station, and then I'll get more and continue on. But all day, all night, it doesn't.
Yeah.
My life circumstances cost me more sleep than coffee ever would.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. Oh, hey, when I hopped up, I don't mean to circle back around, right? But I wanted to ask you, as I was hopping up here, you were talking about a conversation that went south earlier.
Yeah, my mom uses the Jesus shield, and
I just wanted to interrupt for 1 second because I think I know what conversation you're referring to, but please do refresh. I was just listening to, after the fact, I was listening to Jeff's stream tonight, and I had hit it, randomly to start somewhere, and saw who was on panel. So I rewound back a little and did end up hearing like the guys, Jeff talk about addiction and, and then the real time messages coming in for you. I don't think I had finished watching like the whole of you guys up there and if it had gone anywhere else, but I saw that you had a conversation with those guys about, like that you responded to your mom in real time, sort of, and vented a bit over there. And I thought that it had.
I definitely want to send a shout out to Gen X Jeff. I'll post his link in the chat. Jeff is amazing. He has tolerated me in distress more than once. And I had come on there because I needed to be around company, not so isolated.
Yeah.
And while I was there, my son started sending me texts real time. And apparently the victim's family and law enforcement are going through my live streams, taking whatever they want in whatever context they want, and they're using it in his sentencing. And yeah. So he got his paperwork, and it had my channel on it, and it had comments that were made and out of context, naturally.
Yeah.
And this is the stuff they're going to present during his sentencing to see if he gets a stronger sentencing or not. You know, he's already 65 and then 85, so it's a life sentence no matter which way you go about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well,
nobody's going to walk out of prison at
maybe he should have
110
thought
years
about
old.
that before what he did.
Right. Well, that was discussed in court, and the thing was, is the meth use came out in court, and apparently him and that roommate that he was with were the roommate was trying to enhance the methamphetamine somehow, or was trying to manufacture or produce it. I'm not sure. And my son decided he was going to be, I guess, the guinea pig because he had been up for 3 days, and they determined that he wasn't coherent or even present in his state of mind whenever this happened, which I don't know, you know, whether he was or not, but I do know what went down in court, and I do know that I can't condone any of it, and I don't condone it. But I do love my son, as any father would, but I don't condone any of it. And to see the victim's family and the way that they've acted, you know, in situations like this, there are no winners. There are no sides. There's victims, there's pain, and both families got tore apart.
Yeah.
And them taking, you know, snippets and things that may have been said on my channel, which is, you know, who knows what the hell you'll get off my channel, because I don't restrain expression, idealism, or entertainment concepts here. You know, you don't know whether we're joking or we're serious at various times. And I thought, man, they could take anything out of context and use it at that point. So I just figured they were buzzards, you know. And the fact that law enforcement is reviewing my content just amuses the fuck out of me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm a little abstract, if you haven't noticed, Bex.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't expect their shallow, indoctrinated, yuck backwoods local town intelligences to be able to pick up on what's actually being discussed on my channel at times.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was amusing, and then him hitting me at real time, and you know, he just come across in a bad light, and I kind of I lost my cool for a second. But Jeff is there to remind me, get your shit together. My channel, and I love him for that, man. I'm glad I found Jeff's channel, actually.
Yeah, Jeff is one of my favorite people out here.
Oh man, he's so solid-minded and practical in his thinking. You know, it's almost to a fault. And I'm like out in left field, and we come from the same generation, the same genre of lifestyle. You know, except I wasn't gay, and we have the same music taste. You know, just so much relevancy there is how we started interacting with each other. But then later on, he became a resource for me, actually, to be able to cope with certain situations, because you know, all my acquaintances and interactions are social media. I don't have friends in real life. So he's linking the chat here. So how'd you wind up running across Jeff? Beck?
How did I wind up which?
How'd you wind up running across Jeff?
I think the first time I ever saw him was over on TML's panel and in TML's chat. That's where I remember seeing him. I liked I liked what he brought. I liked the way he presented and the logic and intelligence he brought to the panel the time I watched him. But what I really enjoyed was his comments in chat over the next few times I saw him. And then I subbed to his channel. I didn't watch that often, but I started watching. It was one of the channels that I watched and didn't engage in chat much. Mostly because when I started watching him, I had a lot of people, like a lot of heat on me. And I just didn't want to bring it there. And I really enjoyed listening to those guys. So yeah, I guess I would say TMLs, but also it's one of the places that I've listened initially and didn't engage, and still actually quite regularly listen and don't engage. Like I'll pop in and say hi. But because of the habit of being there, when I started listening, it's just it's a place that I like to hang out, listen, do other stuff while I'm listening. But I ended up in his Discord, and I'm only ever been in like a Boat Precision, TML, and Jeff's Discord.
Okay.
Other than a couple small, private servers that, me and a friend have started to like hang out and watch TV and do chat GPT, like where it's just like me and one other person in the server. So I know people like to think I joke, I have wanted to start a couple other servers. One was going to be a, hashtag me too granny panty wearing only women allowed, just to feed into the narrative, because people say that we all do that anyway. I mean, I'm just saying not people, but I've had all sorts of things accused. It's so funny too, the people that they've lumped together, when somebody new comes to the whole narrative and they're like, I know you and Cynthia and Venus are all talking, which we could be now, but there was a point 6 months ago where someone's yelling that at me and I'm like, no, the three of us are not. Like you got the lore wrong, but now that we've all
Really?
been talking,
I didn't know. I wasn't even aware that you guys had crossed each other's paths that way. I just
oh
Max, I tell you,
yeah, back
I've gotten
a
to,
year ago there was a lot going on, and some of it some of it was started with me, but I'm just grateful to say, like a year later, that's not where we're all at. So
right.
yeah, and I don't foresee myself doing anything that would cause have any reason to cause those kinds of tensions coming up again, or that kind of performance, like if we did. I mean, yeah, I could only see orchestrated. Now that being said, could I offend somebody unintentionally, and could somebody else come at me like, I can only speak for myself, but I got no beef with anyone out here. I'm really grateful for any of the people from the past. Anyway, there's one dude that wants to beef with me, and I try to say minimal, but once in a while I say stuff, but ultimately I've learned a lot out here. I love roast comedy. I've loved the engagement, the back and forth. Like it's been a lot of fun. But I got better things to do. Like
Right.
really
I just go to a couple channels anymore, a couple familiar channels, and I don't engage in the madness like I used to. I wound up with too many different life circumstances, but my social life and any interaction I have socially is all done on the internet. And some of these people hold such a position with me that I consider them to be good friends. I confide in them to that level. I don't know what on their side, exactly how they view it, but for me, that's all I got. and I cherish it because that is my social life. That is my interactions with other people, and the way that I've seen things going with the social dynamics in real life. I'd rather stay here and communicate with people on the internet than to have to deal with another human within the same breathing space as me. And I
I used
haven't
to
seen
feel
the
that
best
way.
side. Yeah, I haven't seen the best side of humans for a long time in the waking world. But I have seen some really good uh, intent and interaction in the metaverse that far exceeds what generally I run into in real life. And to me, that's just as valuable. And can be just as hurtful,
Hmm.
which we've both, been through that road and have seen where that got. So, and a shout out to everybody that I have had interactions with that have been positive, beneficial, or, it's actually been informative and has given me company and friendship and joy throughout the last 2 years. And it's stuck in there with me. That's another thing. You got some real genuine hearted people out there, Beck. Far and few
Hmm.
between, but when you find them, man, they really ring true. The freak.
To freak in the chat,
Oh yeah.
tell him to get his butt up here. I guess I'm live too. I'm like, get your butt up here. To freak, to furk.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wound up meeting the freak at Jeff's actually, and we don't have the same point of views on spirituality, but he's a he's a cool cat in my book, man.
I don't know. I don't think the freak and I ever
Yeah,
broke up, but we were
I mean, sure.
we started a relationship in Z's chat one day.
Okay,
Yep.
let me throw a link out there for.
But maybe when Resto made me his third wife, that might have been when I don't know, right around the same time.
Right?
Yeah, so but I
Awesome.
figured it was okay because to say yes to them both in the same week because well, Resto's actually married and DeFreak isn't. So
Did is he did he get bumped or is he still?
was he there? I
Oh,
saw him come up.
yeah, he was there
Oh,
for a second and then he disappeared.
he'll be
Another shot there, DeFreak. Well, get you back up here. I don't know what the hell happened.
DeFreak.
Yeah, he was. May have pissed the internet gods off somewhere along the line. Who knows?
Who?
But me.
Oh, but Marsha's on our side.
Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. All right, let's see if we can get it done this time.
Hello.
All right.
Hello. Long time no
What's
You're
up,
talk.
going to
guys?
freak.
What's up, Axis? Oh,
Hey,
pretty good. Yeah,
good
more
to hear from
fun.
you. Oh,
Hey, our names would go well for a Brangelina thing. access, we would be Bexus. Or,
Nice.
Right?
like Brangelina.
Got no problem with that. No problem at all. Got good company. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Now, if you would, the freak man, just kind of remember me and my son in your prayers, man. Would
Okay,
appreciate that.
I sure will.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of pagan gods, so keep us in your prayers, man.
Absolutely. I'm writing it down. I mean, I could pray right now, but I don't know if you go for that. But a lot of people,
Might
know.
scare the viewing audience off.
Yeah.
I attract a odd lot. Beautiful people, though. Beautiful. Just a little abstract and off the beaten path.
Yeah. But for now, I'll just say, Lord, grant the desires of his heart. I know you know what he needs. I don't. And I know that you can do all things. So I just pray in Jesus' name. Amen. So
Sounds good.
Amen.
I try to keep it simple. A lot of people like to, oh, Father God, oh, Father God. I just pretty much just get right to it.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. Well, I think there's a scripture on not to idly chatter while in prayer, like the I forget what description of those that did it then, but I know that was mentioned somewhere in scripture.
Yeah.
And
I'm
one
sure you're right.
is not to make a spectacle of it. That was another one. So
Yeah.
I know a little bit, not much, but enough to know that I can hold my own in a Southern Baptist church, and that
Mhm.
right there is all I needed.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right about the scripture. I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up, but it's so true. And like if you watch like Catholic TV or broadcasting or go to a mass or anything, a lot of the stuff that they do, I mean, to me, it's beautiful because I can appreciate it, and I have the Holy Spirit. But if you're just like a normal Catholic and you never had a real experience with Jesus Christ, and you're sitting there and it's like the same prayer, the same ritual, the same routine, the same sayings and the same prayer over and over, and you can kind of feel how like dry and like kind of just I guess dead is the
Bland and mundane.
there's no it's almost like you're going through it's almost like a scrimmage practice kind of a thing. It's not like the real game. And how the
Right.
service is just like you're just kind of running through the motions. You're not really into it. Your mind is somewhere else. You're thinking about something else, and you're just saying the thing, and you can even hear it just how like monotone it is, and just how like that's not the kind of stuff that moves the heart of God. He's not like sitting there listening to a mundane, monotone, unpassionate kind of a prayer, like, and with any enthusiasm wanting to help anyone there, if you know what I mean. Like, that's not how he works.
Right. I wondered, I'm sure you've seen the description on this because I've studied genetics and the different incidents that happen throughout Scripture from the Old Testament all the way back to the Book of Enoch, all the way to the New Testament. The various altercations that the creators had with the adversary and even angels and mankind itself. And I've got a theory on some of the things that transpire between man, God, and things that just are, that we carry, or people who have, the red hair, blonde hair, green eye, blue eye, genetics, kind of carrying Nephilim genetics. And I got a little heat over that, but I still stand on it. What's your point of view on that, man?
I think that first of all, I didn't witness any of it, so I can't say firsthand that it's all true and stuff. But what I do is I believe God, and so what it's in the Bible, I do believe that it's true until I see otherwise. What it says, Nephilim and angels went into the into women and they had children and the Watchers and the other stuff. And it's funny how the Book of Enoch is actually becoming a relevant part of the story now, because for so long, like, it was so abstract, so way out there, so like not comprehensible that it was irrelevant for the most part. But we see now, like, it's becoming relevant in terms of like what happened at that time, and in terms of technology and the origins of technology and a lot of these other different things. So what I think that there's also one part of the Bible that says, like, Goliath may have been like the last of the Nephilim, or the last of the giants, not the Nephilim, but wait, was he a Nephilim? I can't remember if
Yeah,
Goliath,
they thought he was half Nephilim.
Okay, so like he may have been like the last of the giants that were born of the Nephilim, human and fallen angel, offspring. So I don't know.
Right, the last of that.
What's that?
He was kind of the last of that genetic line, to your understanding.
Yeah, I think he was probably the last one. Him and maybe one other guy, like Oz or whatever, who had like that. Wait, maybe that wasn't his name, but he was from the land of Oz, and like was where I guess there's a big stash of gold everyone tries to find. But
Really?
I think there's that line died out, and then if there's any red hair, blue eyes, blonde hair, those kind of genetics that were passed down from them, sure, that but they're integrated into human genetics now. And also, I just think that there's a verse in the Quran that says, God basically gave us the diversity of languages and colors to test us by. So I don't think that it's necessarily a direct cause and effect with the giants / Nephilim as to, the different skin colors and languages. I think that, God did that himself.
Okay, he diversified, man, to your understanding. Okay, I got you. I sway more towards, I guess, the genetics, because it makes it holds more logic to me, that you would want to eliminate a genetic line, and that anyone with that type of genetics wouldn't be sufficient to be in a kingdom of the pure, divine, or even the righteous, because you have this genetics in you that could stray you, or maybe cause you to become indifferent to God.
Well, one of the things that the Watchers were supposed to do was not get involved with the human, directly, with humans directly, sort of like the Prime Directive in Star Trek. You're not supposed to meddle at all. You're not supposed to interfere. You're not supposed to somehow alter their timeline of the not the agent, but the people that the agents are watching. So
right,
if God told them not to do it and they did it, that's just like eating the apple or eating the fruit. So you couldn't, at that point, you're like double corrupted, so that seed or whatever definitely could not stand in the presence of God and not be obliterated.
That's what I was thinking. Is that it would be that genetic tie to the cursed bloodline or a polluted bloodline and genetics that, in the presence of God, couldn't sustain itself, just because of what it is in the nature of what it was. And that's what I was trying to explain recently in a conversation with it was a Christian, it was my mom, and she didn't understand all the transgressions that in that Bible that she reads that happened. She thought there was just a war in heaven, and there was that division, and God was going to come back and rapture the good people. And I said, "Whoa!" I said, there was several different transgressions according to that book, and I started explaining the transgressions of Adam and Eve, transgressions of the serpent, transgressions of the fallen angels, transgression of Satan. And when I was explaining all this to her, I could see her getting more and more angry. And she wanted to stick on the principle of there was just a war in heaven. And she asked me, why would God do that? And I said, well, it was kind of a transgression in many different forms by each different, the fallen angels, mankind itself with the fruit from the garden, and the jealousy that Satan had for God. I said there was more than one transgression.
Yeah.
And she just couldn't handle it. To
Interesting.
me it's just words, and I mean it's history to some people, and some people are convicted by it, and I understand that. But I was just trying to explain to her that you can't just claim the blood of Jesus and continue being a lying, conniving person. You've got to take some accountability for yourself and change that particular part of you that is transgressing, and you'll be a better human for it. Not that I give credit to deities or fallen angels or the righteous. It's just a fact. Treat the other person with the same respect you'd want.
Absolutely.
But
you said a lot there. If I could. But first I want to ask, you said that she believes that there was a war in heaven and that God did what?
He cast the angels out, bound Satan, and then there's going to be this great judgment and tribulation, and that's that.
Okay.
And I informed her it's not that cut and dry.
Yeah, but that's kind of, I think a lot of Christians have that, like that, that's like the most of their knowledge of that, because the minutia, I guess if you want to call it, of the fallen angels and the quote unquote watchers and some of the other different layers between us and heaven and mankind and everything, it's in the Bible in Genesis, in different places, and mostly in Genesis, and it gets a little weird, and it doesn't tell you exactly what's going on, but I think what it shows, or something that I take out of it, is that humans aren't the only things being judged in this place. There's some other beings,
right,
entities, that are being. Shut up, Alexa. There's some other beings that are being judged here that are, we can't see them or anything, but they're influencing a lot of what we're doing, and in a way, that's kind of a good thing, because we will have kind of a out card in some of our judgments that's saying, hey, like, how can I fight an enemy I can't see or hear or touch or anything? Like that's not a fair fight, and we're going to be able to scapegoat on that a little bit.
Right. I can see where you come off with that kind of thinking. I just I was able to get into some of the outer books, the Maccabees writings, Jubilees, Thomas, some of the Apocrypha, and when I started looking into these books that weren't included in the canon and even the Catholics, you know, they have more books in their Bible than the Protestant Christian here in the state. And it almost completed the story to a potential of it made sense. Instead of having all these holes and gaps, I was able to piece together some type of logic. But I had to use other books that aren't considered in the canon. You know, I don't know if they were. I know they found a book of Enoch in the Quartermain when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, and then uh, the Orthodox Christians of Africa, they kept a copy of the Book of Enoch in their canon, and then later on it was introduced. But you still had the Jubilees and Thomas, and you had the Lost Books of Adam and Eve, and I mean, there's an incredible amount of books that, if you study and you look into it, are associated and accent and clarify a lot of things that's in the Bible that just you have holes, and you got to kind of, I guess, in Southern Baptist they just fill it in as best they can. I don't know, you know. I just know
Yeah,
she
you're
was
right.
completely lost.
I
And
think you're right. You know, but there are those books, and there some of them are. I think what it is some of them are so, especially like the Book of Enoch is probably the most totally like LSD, like written like far out, like totally like Alice in Wonderland kind of abstract, you know, Picasso type of writing that it's hard to really understand what the heck is going on. But that's really only up until about recently, like, you know, as to what we're seeing now. And we're talking about an age where we're talking about genetic modification, and we're talking about, you know, MGOs, or whatever they call the, you know, the fake food, or whatever, the gene modified foods, the gene modified, you know, humans, the up and coming gene modified humans, you know, the whole C19 thing is, you know, probably part of that, the way that they're delivering genetic code through mRNA. And then
right.
also this whole advent of technology and how fast it's coming, and how we acquired it, and how to be honest, how it all even works. You know, like we think we kind of know what's going on in there, but ultimately, like when it gets down to brass tacks, we don't know exactly what's going on. We think it's, you know, we think it's an electrical wave with a 1 and a 0 attached at the peak of the waves, you know. But like
Right.
we don't really know what exactly is driving that kind of current, I guess you could say. It's really unknown, but we could control it. We could modulate it. We could, you know, control that flow, and we could attach a bit to those waves. But really, other than that, we don't know what the heck is going on in there. So like a Book of Enoch comes in, and, you know, we see that it's relevant today.
Yeah, I kind of consider the Book of Enoch superposition, and what we were given in the canon that we have is kind of the binary. And when you start getting into more abstract concepts, it doesn't make sense until you start getting into the unnatural state of things and genetics and alterations and what would be considered, I guess, clean and unclean. You know, there's, besides being indoctrinated, there's good health and good practices that are being displayed, and that's what I use the references for. Is one, to complete a timeline and to fill in a lot of gaps because the answers are there, and secondly is there's a lot of like natural law. Whenever he was given the Sermon on the Mount, and he said, "Does not even nature teach you?" I mean, well, that to me said everything, and you don't need to say anymore. And I look around and I see what's going on, and the canon that was left out with technology as it is today, it just falls together and it starts to make sense. Whereas before, I had studied these books and went into them. I probably was of the same mindset. Well, there was a war in heaven and there was division. Satan was cast out, and we're going to go through judgment.
Yeah.
And that's
JG's in the
probably.
back. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I'm sorry.
JG's in the back for you.
Oh, my bad.
He just said hello.
Let me get. Yeah, let me get him up here.
Real quick, I want to say, as far as the canon goes and what they put together at the Council of Nicaea, whatever, and that came out of that, I think it was what it was is they left a bunch of those books out because they basically streamlined it in a way so that it would basically get someone to Jesus Christ. And so, why put in anything that wasn't necessary to do that? So I don't think it was a bad thing. I think it's okay because ultimately that is the goal, is to try and get someone to that personal relationship with Christ. And so, leaving those weird books out or something that didn't, at the time make sense, even that's probably why they did it. But that's just speculation on my behalf. Go ahead.
Right, and it would be online. Hey, JG, how's it going, brother?
I'm good, man.
Good. That's the man of the land right there. The heavy traveler. But for me, I set out my journey because I was brutally browbeaten and abused by Southern Baptist belief. And it really turned me against any type of religion until I started studying all of them. And then I found that each of them has a little something to offer, So I ascribe to none of them, but it doesn't mean that I don't pursue the knowledge of each and every one, because there's something profound to be said for such books, and they never filled the gaps in for me, and I was a curious mind. I thought you can't just throw your idea or concept of what that means at me and expect me to digest that as being scripture or the word or some type of truth. I can walk in the woods and find more truth there than I can in your church. And that's where my big defining line was. My separation from the church, we'll say.
Yeah, I always thought that if the pursuit, which this is relatively Christian in language from what I understand, but if the pursuit of enlightenment was something we're here to do, I know it can be seen as esoteric too, but anyways, whatever. If we're here to pursue enlightenment, and none of the religions up until this point have achieved that, then to me it made sense that everybody was supposed to come together and figure out what part of the puzzle they didn't have, or offer up what they do have. And some of the most abstract stuff of each faith would actually be some of the most absurd stuff, would be the stuff that I think actually becomes relevant as we get further and further into this, understanding what technology can be and has it been here before and stuff like that, right? So now I'd go so far as to say that even putting those stories in order has more to do with putting eternity into a temporal format, like actually needing to put it in linear time because we don't comprehend. I'd say even some of those stories may be not cyclical. They're told now. They're now. They weren't in the past. They're now. It's
Right.
I don't know. So
no, it makes perfect sense, Max. I mean,
yeah, outside of linear time, that relationship was irrelevant, and maybe that's even why we can't understand that an ancient book that was taken out of, or at least not included in the canon, would obviously have been written on ancient times, when actually, like I said, no, it could be an eternal point, and time hasn't been around as long as we think it has, and it was eternity for longer before time was here. Time only really matters in a life and death scenario. So, which reminds me, I don't know if you guys have ever read the Lost Books of Adam and Eve or the Forgotten Books of Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
That's a great
Yeah.
read. That's a great read. Oh my gosh, that's so fantastic. Like you can just see like Adam in his mortal body. He's like, "Oh my God, like I just want to be back with you." And he's like jumping off mountains and he's
Dropping
like,
dead at the
yeah,
ocean.
he's self-deleting. He's so melodramatic, but it's understandable. It's a huge change, right? So it's like, I don't understand this night and day and what is this fig I have to eat kind of thing. And oh my gosh,
They were
toiling the
stuck in the
soil.
cave.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah, it's humorous to look at it, but when you look at the psychology behind it, yeah, that would, I guess, if you went from paradise to having to fend for yourself in this environment and live in a cave, they definitely do express the trauma that it brought to Adam.
but he had the cave of, I'm pretty sure he had the cave of treasures to rest in at night or something. Like it's not,
Yeah,
it's not like caveman cave stuff. This is like, language over time that was told so that we could see it in that linear time of progress. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, to me, anyways, it's so good. But I also know that part
yeah,
of the reason why he was self-deleting was because he knew that he was going to be reunited or back in that, at least, or in a better form. Like I'm just saying, eternity was at his grasp again. He just had to die, right? But it wasn't going to be
right.
at his grasp for like 5,500 years, right? So it's like, no, it's not instant like that. No. So he just kept, anyways, it's a great read.
Yeah, God kept bringing him back. It was pretty intense reading as far as me growing up not knowing the available text that was out there, and then reading that was kind of, it made him more human, made him more believable and tangible to me, in a sense that it was like, yeah, I could see that.
Did it say 500 years specifically?
If I recall, like I'm just going on recall, and we sort of did it in a, over a series of weekends, and I'm not necessarily saying this is extra canonical scripture that should have been included. It's just a fantastic read. It's kind of like maybe I liked it so much because my first year in college, the teacher had us read a book called Not Wanted on the Voyage, and it's alternative, like it's a human, it's the voyage of Noah told from a very human perspective, like sort of and there's somebody who's actually can't remember how, but I think there's an extra person on the ark, like somebody a stowaway, if I recall. So it's just so it's complete fiction, but
yeah,
but also a great read,
though.
like just a great read. So
like if it does say like 5,500 years or whatever, that to me that's fascinating, because we're probably coming right up on that. Like that would be pretty amazing, like if that was the actual timing too.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I usually have a good memory for these things. I'm just happen to be on YouTube where, people take that kind of shit super seriously. So like, she said that she knew, so, but.
Ellen White.
Right.
It's like a spoof of fiction,
Yeah.
Fiction on fiction.
Yeah.
So I was supposed to write Bex a text about how great her mind is and everything, but I never got around to it, probably because I got distracted or whatever. But I think I want to take that opportunity right now. And when she was explaining the whole linear time and eternal time, I think that just goes to show like the intellect and the capacity and the thoughtfulness that she has, which is really what attracts me to her, is that ability to do that. Because like most, this is gonna sound like misogynist, whatever, it's gonna sound biased, whatever, but like a lot of women just cannot do that, or they refuse to do it or choose not to do it. And she has the courage to do it and actually to say what she thinks and put it forward, where like most women don't, and a lot of men don't, but they you know, a lot of men will sit there and be like, no, you're wrong, no, you're wrong, and then never put anything forth. And so I just admire that about her a lot. And I just wanted to say it right now.
Oh,
Yeah, I think she
shucks, thanks.
intimidates men. I truly do. I think that because of her persona and her intellect, that she disarms a lot of males. You know, especially the masculine-minded male that feels dominant, because Bex ain't going to give you that room. Sorry, you're just not going to get it. Whereas as most girls will become layman or less and submissive, that's just where Bex starts and moves from that point on, and she'll leave you in the dust with it. So yeah. I don't know, man. I've always appreciated Bex and the sense of who she is and her development. Pretty profound.
Thank you. You're too kind. You're too kind. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, agreed. Going back to the linear eternal time thing, I think you're right in that, you know, the eternal time is the ability to access any point in time and in linear time. So the reason why we have the linear time is to kind of hard set these events and these things that are the history, so that when judgment comes or when anything happens, you can't, it's fixed. You can't go around and tinker with it and retinker. It's hard set at that point, and some things have to be hard set in order for the rest of eternity to work.
Yeah, and in fact, it has expanded what eternity is outside of, like, post-temporal eternity is different than pre-temporal eternity in that the timeline that we have drawn through eternity now becomes a universal address system. So I could say, hey guys, want to go to the pyramids on Tuesday? And you'd be like, yeah, sure, Tuesday works for me. When, like, not what time on Tuesday, but when do you want to go to the pyramids, right? Do you want to go to the pyramids 1985? You want to go to the pyramids, 6,000 BC? Like, when do you want to go,
So that's kind of like bringing a relevancy to time space.
Exactly.
Instead of secular.
Yeah, and it becomes, time and space becomes becomes more material because of the timeline. Also, life and death is like, I don't care if you want to call it a robot's wet dream, a transhumanist, a post-transhumanism wet dream, a spirit's wet dream. The idea of existing temporally it's a gift. It's the not having to remember things forever. Just especially from a robot's perspective, this biological meat flesh suit that everyone loves to abhor, like it's some sort of governor on their spirit, like a spirit can feel. You know what I mean? Like, what would it be like? Sure, great. Yeah, it's nice to be sailing around out there in Etherland, but it's like, why would you be given a body, if it weren't for some, like, you either have faith or you don't, right? So, and I don't mean to even put the religion framework on it. You either think there's next level to the video game or you don't, and that matters.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
It's odd though that we're attached to a biological function that we, or functions that we can't get away from, but we're still the spiritual being, but somehow the biological is tied in. I don't know the answer to that, but it's just, I find it strange, and hopefully it's, there's a good reason for it. But as very, like, now, like, it'd be so much better if we were free of, like, having to feed the body, have the sex drive, have the egoic,
but
you know what I mean? Like, it makes it a lot harder.
I do, but it would be really boring without it, and that's where I would say, if there was something going on here that it feels like, to people that feels wrong, it's mostly because I would see it more as a hospital then, and that these flesh suits that govern our bodies have more to do with a system defrag, and that the spirit can uncorrupt the body as the body defrags the spirit. You know what I mean? Like, so that it's beyond a CD player. It's actually rehabilitating for both the body and the spirit to come into union together to produce this selfness, you know?
I think I just received a word from, the Lord, if you believe that. Like, but the reason we have some of the biological binding is this is a place where souls are generated, and that's only done by a biological process.
Souls and
Oh, that's
bodies.
interesting.
And that's, I know I've said this before. I think I've even said it at Charles with JG on panel, but I believe in the union of male and female to make a child, that in order for it to be quote unquote fair, let's say, or even maybe represent what some of the differences between the genders biologically and spiritually is, that I think the men carry the portal for the spirit and the women carry the printer for the body, so it's beyond semen. It's beyond a one cell donation of the final, non-battle soldier's sperm that makes its way to the egg to fertilize. It's a match. You literally wash an egg with the opportunity to match with millions of spirits, and that spirit is looking for its best match avatar to be least corrupt in this system.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That gives kind of a conscious perspective to pre-birth and what would be semination?
Yeah.
Because I wonder, and the concept of on death, if you don't take any of your learned experience, which is all that we pretty much are besides our consciousness, and when you cross over into death, full death, and you're not coming back, and you leave all your learned experiences behind in entropy with the body, and become that pure form of energy that can't remember or has been stripped of all that learned experience. Is that even a tangible possibility? Or do we have to carry the entropy of all of our learned experiences over after death?
I think it stays with you, and once we're there, we can also, not only can we experience our own testimonies like over and over again and relearn, but you can experience everyone else's testimony, mostly everyone else's testimonies, and feel what they felt and how they perceived you or other things as them. So it gets really deep at that point.
So we would just be nodal points of information for the collective.
I see that more personally. I see that as a past iteration of our evolution spiritually. I think that autonomy and I think that personal autonomy and comprehension of your individualism is a huge aspect of this life. And so for me, I don't spend a lot of time thinking about death or after death. Like I don't, because I really truly think there is an end of time, metaphysically and physically. And I hope that I'm alive when that happens.
What does that look like, Beth? I don't mean to cut you off, but just, when I die, my dream would be to be as though I never existed. And whatever energy created me would just disperse amongst the field, and that would be that. But what does an end look like?
Well, what does end times look like to me? Like, what does it look like after time is over?
Yeah.
Well,
What is that?
Well,
Is
in the
the
next
is
in the next iteration, because I do think that that's a big event. That's a huge event. That's not just a cyclical, reset. That's a new, that's like Grand Theft Auto like 15.0 or whatever. You know what I mean? That's like boom.
Yeah,
It's a new game. It's
that
a new time. It's a new day, right? And
that's
so
yeah, it's a solidified finality.
but
You
in
know,
the past, as eternal beings potentially in bodies, we didn't necessarily have birth or sex, right? And I see that immaturely in our culture. I see a culture that has not been fucking for 2,000 years. No fucking way. No fucking way. No fucking way. Have we even I mean, I would go as far as to say under 120, but I pick 120 for a reason. A very significant reason.
I
Because
can
that's what our
relate to
days were numbered to be.
120.
That's what our days were numbered to be.
Right.
But that's irrelevant. It doesn't really matter. If you think eternity was put into a time construct, then from that moment in time forwards and backwards, everything had to be put in a line. And so the stories and the histories and the centuries, kind of like our 24-hour clock on this realm, may have been actually delineated by place already, and that we may have had a continent in the 1900s while another continent was in the 1800s, all Westworld style. In terms of global organization, and currencies and the directions the banks sent their money and their printings, presses. And, it's really easy for me to print a book today, that has published in 1901 and again in 1910 and again in you know what I mean? Like, it's not hard. Once you own the printing presses, it's not hard to print things that make you believe that something's really old.
Right.
I hunted out a dot matrix printer in the early 2000s for my boss so that we could, because one of his friends that owed him money was going into bankruptcy. And he wanted to get a piece of that pie, right? So he hyperinflated the debt, and we printed out a 20-year-old contract on dot matrix printing paper, and signed it. And I even signed it as a witness, and I didn't even know those guys 20 years prior. You know what I mean? Like, just because he wanted to be so thorough that he wanted the contract to be printed in the right era and all that jazz. So anyways, I just think that it's a level of eternal beings that still have birth, still have the option to die, instead of it being random. If you want to be, in fact, if you want to be a child again in the next, at the end of time, you have to be born. You can't just quicken or de-quicken to a childlike state once you've been grown. So it's the only way you get to be a child again would be to be born. But you could choose it, right? You could see someone that you like and who wants to be a mom, right? There's lots of us that are like, I plan to have like fucking millions of babies in eternity. Millions. Okay. So, you could go up to someone and be like, hey, I want to be born again. Will you be my mom? Care for me till I'm, capable. And then that person is born with memories, for example.
Yeah, that's so great. Real quick, going back to what I was saying about witnessing your own testimony and others' testimonies, I think that's all derived from this is how the good and the evil is hashed out over eternity and judged and ultimately judged by God, and then going forward, whether you're in the light or you're in the darkness, our testimonies are what is hard setting good and evil for the rest of eternity, because that's the fruit that they ate of.
Mm-hmm. Well, and if it's complicated for people, it has more to do with virtuosity versus the 7 deadly sins. Now, not saying that doing something that we see, I'm not talking from even a religious perspective. I'm saying, like, if you're full of hubris, or you're too sloth-like, or you consume too much in a gluttonous way, like, it will degrade your body and it will degrade your spirit, so I think it has a lot to do with the comprehending the concepts. And so I'm not saying, like, if you go and feast, or if you go and fuck for a weekend, or if you go and, I'm not talking about, oh, gay men don't have the opportunity to go where we're going because they're sinning. I'm not putting it in an archaic format like that, But anybody who spends all their time in a hedonistic way that can cause corruption to their body, can cause harm to that. So I'm just trying to say it has more to do with the choices we make as humans to be to sharpen those virtues than to justify our hedonistic ways, and not to vilify hedonism, because there's nothing wrong with enjoying the creation to an extreme for a weekend or a month, or you know what I mean, like, but it's just when it becomes a lifestyle that
Yeah,
causes
that's
harm to people
what
around you.
that's a realization that I had to come to was it was my chosen lifestyle and my indulgences that caused my situation today. You know, some of it was, you know, me being stabbed and various other incidents with trauma, but I was also way overindulgent for way too long, and I'm facing the consequences of that now, and it helped put me where I'm at. So I can
Thank
definitely relate to having a little virtue to yourself.
Well, and not to knock that kind of behavior, because as someone who's smoked too much and eaten too much, you know, I may not have, you know, ever been dependent on heavy drugs or anything like that, you know, but it doesn't mean that I haven't corrupted, you know, and been disrespectful or not cared for my body in the same way, right? So to not knock that, because it's not like you've fucked up. It's not like by doing that, you fuck up your eternal beingness. If anything, this is the time and place to get that out of one's system. You know, like that's part of that evil goodness that, you know, that
I think you're right.
that DeFreak is talking about, right? Like, so this is the place of that kind of temptation, and this is the place to take those risks. Because
I
in a turn, if you have a long time here, you can't have people that are going to exploit people for multiple generations, like stand on other people's necks. Like, you can't have this level of inequity, you know. Anyways, please go ahead, DeFreak. Or
you know, I was
JG.
just gonna say real quick that shoot, now I forgot what I was gonna say, but
It'll come back.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Someone else. JG.
Yeah, JG, what's your take on all this so far? You kind of been the silent minority behind the scenes there.
You're
We
muted.
see. Yep.
Maybe he stepped away.
That's possible. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna
He's
say, you know, they tell us that history repeats itself and whatnot, and so like somehow that's implied that like when we, you know, it's implied that we're going to learn to do better from history or from, you know, our mistakes or, you know, certain situations that might come up in the future. But I think what we're finding is the more we go on, the more complex things get, the more nuanced things get, the more detailed, the more robust. Like, it's not just, you know, you think you can go through history and be like, yeah, we could cookie cutter this out and we're not going to make that mistake again. Well, no, it actually, you get new cases or new situations where, you know, every situation is different and the details are all different. And so, like, it just adds to the complexity of what's going on. And so, when you're talking about hashing out the good and the evil for eternity concept, all these different parts of our testimony and what is going to be considered good and evil really does come through the judgments of our testimonies, all the different details and the robustness of the nuances that are within those situations. because
Mhm.
what would have been considered evil, straight up evil, say 20 years ago, is kind of nuanced away now to the point where maybe it ain't so bad, because you're not hurting, say, other people or whatever, even though you might be indulging in some sort of fleshly sin. It's like it's yours, you own that, and it's not really affecting anyone else, and it's not affecting your spiritual relationship with Christ. So, like, just control it, but don't kill yourself about it.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Excuse me.
all you have to do is have a good gay man as a friend to know that there's no reason to excommunicate him from it all, just because hundreds of years of religiosity says that he should be,
Right. Yep.
that doesn't make any sense to me. So that's a great example. I'm not trying to be a proponent of sodomy, like that's not I'm not pushing that on anyone here. I'm not meaning to, but that's also, reducing the love between two men to that act it's not fair to intimacy, so that negates the spiritual growth and love and capabilities of that spirit by associating sexual, like basically a masturbatory pleasure, because it's not sex. It's not sex.
It's not
Sex is,
procreation.
yes, there is only sexual reproduction between humans, right? Now I get that we have in vitro fertilization, and so there's the opportunity for people to be parents and stuff, so, but ultimately that's still a scientific representation of, you still need a man and a woman, you see what I'm saying, like, so
Right.
so ultimately it's, blessed be the fruit, like, so I hope I'm not like talking in circles here or over talking, in some
I
uncomfortable
understand.
way. I'm just, because there's lots of gay men out there that don't engage in that, and that's not fair to them, to minimize them to an action that people see as abhorrent.
Yeah, I
There's
think
so
that
much
was
more.
also a Christian methodology of basically, trying to be judgmental on someone's sin, no matter what it was. But they're really holding onto this gay thing a lot, up until really recently. But and so they want to use what they can as a kind of a Bible thumping, over the head of someone to try and get them to repent. But I think that that's a failed strategy at this point, because everyone has something. That's just the nature of the flesh, and it doesn't matter what it is. I mean, it literally doesn't matter what that is. You still have to repent and, submit to the authority of Jesus, no matter what your sin is, because ultimately your sin brings you down to that level. And so for Christians to point out, one thing like they've been doing, which is foolish, I've been telling them that it's not wise, because sexuality is tied in with identity very closely in a human's mind. And for you to basically say your whole existence is basically was a mistake or something, it's not a good way to win them over to Jesus Christ.
What is the fundamental need to win another person over to Christ? What is the compulsion there?
Good question.
Well, I think for me, it's, I want to please the Lord and show him that I'm thankful that he did save me. And so that's the best way that I could do to show him that I am thankful, is to share his love and to share his promise and the eternal life that he gives with someone else, because ultimately he wants the souls. He wants those souls too.
Right, but what is it really, the freak? Like, get deeper than that, man.
Okay, well, you want to go deeper than that? I mean, that's how I could show him gratitude, one, and that's two, how I could also build up treasure in heaven, because that's what he says is, you want to build up treasure in heaven where the thieves can't steal and the rust doesn't corrupt or whatever. So if I'm winning souls or if I'm trying to lead people to the Lord, that's building up my treasure. That means I'm going to have more, I don't know, stuff. I'm going to have more rank. I'm going to have more something than I would have had.
But I have two questions. The first is, would it also be that you feel so great having been saved that you want other people to feel as good as you feel?
Right. Yeah, and I want
Right.
them to be saved and be in heaven with me. So because that's how great God's love is.
Mm-hmm. Then my next question would be because then my next question would be, do you think some of it's ego based?
The only ego-based part of it for me would be, I understand that sometimes it takes breaking someone else's ego in order to get them to try and consider Jesus. But also the other part, what I just said, is chasing the treasure in heaven.
And I ask that because take some of the truthers out here, that are not religious, right? But that still have that, I'm here for your salvation. Hear my truth, right? Hear my truth. And this is what I see, and I want to save you, right? It's all a trick. It's a trap, It's very similar, right? The energies can be very similar to someone who's, being a truth talker on YouTube or in a dogmatic way, or somebody who's, speaking something that we know culturally to be more, in a paradigm culturally that is more quote unquote acceptable, or well, it's acceptable to mock, for the non-religious people and stuff, right? But I'm just saying, like, it's expected from a Christian that they might want to, spread the message.
Yeah, I think that there are pure-hearted, good people that believe what they believe, even if it's not Christianity or if it's, like Paul, the rights of the sovereign and the, those kind of a thing, and so they sell that, they think that they're doing good, and they probably are by doing that. So,
but don't you think that Jesus would have many brands?
I think that the thing is, I think there is more ways into heaven than just Jesus, because if you don't have him, you'll be judged. And a lot of people, well, a good amount of people are good people. They will be judged righteous and they will be let into heaven. But what I say is that if you want to know that you're going to heaven right now, I mean, if you want to know for sure right now that you are going to be in heaven, you have to put faith in Jesus Christ. You don't have to wait.
Introspective.
No. But that's why I'm saying, don't you think, like, okay, if we've been told the devil is so tricky, right? Don't you think that that Christ has the ability? And I don't want to say tricky, because that's saying that it's done against your knowing, whereas what I want to say, but smarter than that, understanding that the way the propaganda is going to be taken in by all the people, right? That is that, because to me, when you say, like, for instance, Paul specifically, he talks his rights and freedom. Well, Paul talks about the Christed energy all the time, right? So now I know to learned Christians, that's sort of blasphemous. It's kind of esoteric, and but there's a lot of people out there that aren't going to take the learned Christian path, right? So
yeah,
for me, that character in particular actually does. I see him speaking Christianity, for lack of a better concept. Actually, I see him speaking Abrahamically, would be not at like Abraham. I'm just saying, I don't want to isolate it into actually complete Christianity. I see him speaking from a place of acknowledging the existence of that, even if it's not the way Christians want it acknowledged.
There's a whole spectrum of knowing God and knowing Jesus. It goes from knowing the text and memorizing the Bible and the verses and having a lot of it memorized, versus having an actual genuine experience with, the God himself. And it's everything from that to that and everything in between. And you just gotta keep striving to, want to learn more or get closer to him as best as you can. But I still think that the only surety that we have of knowing right now, we don't have to wait to know if we're going to be into heaven or not, is putting faith in Jesus. And I think that's also what God wants.
Have you ever thought you've been won over to a delusion?
No,
No?
definitely not.
Good.
Because if it was a delusion or schizophrenia or something like that, which is a medical condition and blah blah blah, those are the kind of things that happen more than just one time. And my experience with God was a one-time vision, and that was it. So I have no reason to believe that it was a delusion or a hallucination or anything like that, because I've actually done drugs. I've done LSD. I've done mushrooms. So I know what like a trip is. I know what a hallucination is. And I also know what a vision from God is.
And what was that like?
It was probably the most amazing thing that ever happened to me. That was the point where my life changed, and with a whole new perspective and understanding and, realization and everything, happened. So I think about that time every day of my life since then.
What transpired, if I can ask?
Yeah, I'll go through like kind of the quick story, I guess. I was going through, I was going through a hard time. My family was going through a hard time. Talking about my mom and her and my sister and her daughters and myself, and it's just a hard time. My grandparents, and not getting along and fighting, and drugs and everything else going on, and theft, whatever. So I was also having problems, and I decided to just learn about Jesus, because I never really understood what he meant, because I was raised Muslim and we were like taught the Quran, and we read the Quran and everything. And so we were always just like, yeah, he's just another prophet, and we're the better religion because we have 3 prophets, they only have 1, and it's a superiority complex. So anyhow, I started learning about Jesus and started realizing how ignorant I was of him. And so I just kind of dove into it and really decided that, hey, I'm going to take this from a believing Christian, a perspective, and really like buy into it. So I bought into it, and I started praying a lot, and I started asking God to reveal himself to me and whatever. And so one day my mom came to pick me up from the store that I was operating, and we were sitting in the parking lot because she went to another store, and I was praying, like, she told me some bad news about the family again, and I was praying to God, and next thing I know, I felt like, like they talk about in the Bible, where it's like a anointing of like warm olive oil. I felt like olive oil was being poured over on top of my head. And the next thing I know, like I am literally standing in front of the Father God. Let me see if I'll change my avatar. And, at first it was like about a quarter of a second of doubt. Like I didn't know what I was looking at, but then I realized what I was looking at, and I just dropped face down, and I said, wherever you put me is where I belong. Like I knew that his judgment, his perfection, his everything was like, I couldn't do anything but throw myself at his mercy. And next thing I know, like Jesus was there. He stood me up on my feet, and he was shielding me from the Father, which is pure light and love and everything. And basically Jesus claimed me as his. And then I saw my name written in the book of life, and some other things. And by that time, it was like, it couldn't have been that much time in real time, but it felt like about a half hour in eternal time. And it was like, well, you got to go back. And I was begging them not to go back, but I came back. And then for like the next 3 days, I couldn't stop crying because I felt the love of God. That's kind of the quick story.
Now, how many edibles do I have to eat to have that experience?
Well, see, at the time, I was completely sober because I'd just gotten out of like a I was a suicidal person at one point in time, and I just got out of the hospital for one of those episodes, and so I decided that I wasn't going to be doing anything for a while. And so after about 3 months of being sober, that's when I had my vision.
Were you on any psych drugs?
No,
I
So I've
find it
had some
interesting.
I've had very extremely profound experiences, especially on some of the journeys that I've taken. But in the whole time that I've indulged in these, I haven't been able to define anything that I ran into as being God or the devil. I can definitely tell you there's energies of a negative influence out there, malevolent, and then there's benign energies out there that I've ran into. But to define it in a Christian language, as extreme as I've went, I can't say that I ever. So I don't even know what that looks like.
we've talked before, and we've talked about the Hall of Fear, right? Where you
Mm-hmm.
feel like you're in a dream or in a spirit realm place, and you see all the different entities that are basically trying to drive you away in fear. And I call that the Hall of Fear. And I think you said
Mm-hmm.
that you've walked through it, or you're still you're still in the process of walking through it. But that's part of the spiritual journeys. You've got to be able to walk past that in order to get to the vision of God.
Now, when you had that vision of God, right, was Jesus involved
Yes,
in that vision?
yes. He's the one who baptized me in the Holy Spirit, which was that feeling of the warmth of the warmth and love of God that came over my head from like the olive oil sort of analogy. And he was also there shielding me in the spirit realm from God's direct light, because if that light would have hit me, I would have been obliterated, because I'm a man full of sin, and he's not. But he basically, like it says in one of the verses there, it says that if you deny me before man, I will deny you before my Father. Well, he was telling the Father that I'm one of his, and so he claimed me and saved me, and that's kind of what that experience was. But one of the things I said to him when I was there was to the Father, I said, I've been looking for you my whole life. And he said to me, basically, he said, everything will be okay. And that's all he said.
That's pretty profound.
Are you trying to fool us here, the freak?
No,
You're not trying to fool us at all.
definitely not.
I will attribute to the fact that you're one of the only Christians that I can actually talk to, freak. And I appreciate that about you. That's why I enjoy your company, because I know where you stand, and I can actually have a communication with you without it being overtoned with indoctrination. So, where that speaks from is. Go ahead, Bex.
No, you please. Where that speaks from is where? Go ahead, please, Access. I didn't.
It's a place of understanding.
I was always a engineer type of computer. I was a computer guy. I was a network administrator. I was a science guy. Like, I love Star Trek. I love like knowing truth in the science realm. Chemistry. Those were always my best subjects. Physiology, anatomy. So I always believed in the science or whatever. I was a science guy. So, and then not being raised Christian at all, like, I didn't go to church. I don't know the culture of church, which I found out was a thing. I don't know the churchanese. I don't know the Christianese. I don't know the memory verses. So, yeah, I mean, the stuff that I know, wasn't from a place of just repetitive indoctrination. It was just stuff that I learned along the way, and I just try and relay it the best that I can.
Interpretation, because you do take a non-aggressive approach to Christianity, and that's why I feel a lot more comfortable discussing it with you, because a lot of people, if they aren't trying to indoctrinate you with it, then they're completely turned against it. But it was Christianity that started my journey into esoterics, mystery schools, infiltration of different types of religions, and a broad spectrum of my understanding of things. So I still have that remnant in me that says, what, let's go a little further, and, let's see what else we got. Okay, some new books, some new information, some new testimony. You keep it coming, and maybe one day something will hit, but it hasn't yet.
Yeah, another thing, like I'm not. My testimony isn't to be a judge in this place, or to say that you're bad and I'm good, and you better follow the you better be 100% pure. That kind of I'm not a pure person or whatever. My righteousness comes in the truth of telling the truth about Jesus Christ, and really nothing else. Like, as long as I'm in His truth, I'm in His righteousness, and nothing else matters.
That's true conviction. That is definitely true conviction. I wound up in Messianic Judaism after I found out that Christianity, mainstream Christianity, couldn't fulfill its end of the bargain, and they had no explanation for themselves. And I figured, well, let's go back to the origins of it. And I wound up in the Torah Institute in Louisville, Kentucky.
Wow.
And studied.
Was this
as
before or
Messianic.
after your rock and roll career?
This is before. And
wow.
Partially during, because it was the guitarist for Three Dog Night that was in Louisville that actually turned me on to Judaism, Messianic Judaism. So that was a pretty heavy experience, because I was blown away that, hey, this is the guitarist for Three Dog Night, and then for it to lead into the Torah Institute was just a weird exchange of situations. And I thought, this is as close to the original origins of that faith that I can get. And even when I legalism, a partial legalism, we'll say, under atonement, and all the information that I was able to gather and learn there, still, I was still seeking, still looking. And then that led into every abstract possibility for the Mormons, the Seventh-day Adventists, the Jehovah's Witness. I went through them all. And
I love them J-dubs. I love me my J-dubs and my Mormons and my J-dubs.
Good seeing you, JG.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Well, JG, thanks for showing up, man. Definitely thanks for showing up. Appreciate that. But yeah,
it lays it down, man.
People don't realize what a main player Jesus is in Judaism and in Islam as well, right? So I haven't studied it as much, his role in Judaism, and I get that his main playerism was not necessarily is not revered the same way. It's actually denied, right? But still a main player, like still a part of the story, still a huge part of the story, right? Like, in terms of like persecution. That being said, in he's not just another prophet in Islam. Like he's not just, he's the only one born immaculate birth, right? So he's
Yeah, that's true.
you know, he's more than that, and he's very important in the end story, right? So it's
Yeah.
yeah.
You know what I think
Um,
it shows is that no matter what religion or ideology or belief or worldview or identity somebody has, there seems to be in humans some sort of need or some sort of want or need or something that makes us need to feel better than someone else or think that we're right and they're wrong in order to somehow be able to sleep good at night. You know, I can't fully explain it, but like it's almost like we need to know that we're right and they're wrong. Otherwise, we we feel insecure about something in some sort of way. And it's like, so it doesn't matter what religion or belief it is. It could be anything. You know, it just seems like that's something in human. Maybe that's the ego itself. You know, maybe that's just the ego itself. But I believe that's true.
See, I set that aside for the individual experience.
well, yeah, and
When
comparison. Yeah. Sorry, please go ahead, Axis. I don't mean to keep interrupting.
that's all right. What I did was whenever I took the introspective journey, I just kind of took it upon myself to each individual is going on their individual journey through this life experience, and I don't need to infringe on them. I don't want to infringe on them, but I will share my experiences with them.
Yeah.
I see it
I think
mostly with the Christians. Sorry, real quick. The whether you're talking about Christian versus Catholic or Protestant versus Calvinist versus Lutheran, there's just so many different little nuanced little nothings that they want to divide themselves by. But it's all in a it's you want to get it right kind of a thing, I guess you could say, but it's more than that. You kind of need to feel like your interpretation is better so that you don't feel like you're inadequate, so that you think that you're going into heaven, and maybe this whole other set of Christianity is not, but a lot of it actually is kind of insane because it's really all it is ego.
Yeah, because I'm not looking to build any treasure up, because to me, what good is that outside of the material world in the waking state here? And as far as salvation goes, I think that's an individual experience that when you go into yourself deep enough, you'll know your own heart, and you'll know by nature what you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's where I found me.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why, it's interesting. You tell your experience of your story, meeting the Father. I wanted to say to the new guru said, when did they get gender, or when was God assigned gender? And I think it's important to understand our language limits. Like, first of all, we all use the masculine plural. Especially in a non-gendered language like English, we still use only masculine plural. You would never walk up to a group of mixed gendered, but both genders, and specifically say, "Hey, ladies," right? You'll say, "Hey, guys," but when you translate into languages that do have gender, plural is the male, in most Latin languages anyway. Again, it just is by default. Them as a group is always going to be the masculine. So the gender is how we assign. Until recently, we didn't have non-binary to assign to a being that creates, but what you were to say, to add to what you were saying about the individual experience, I just wanted to say that the coder knows how to speak to the coded in their perfect language. You know what I mean? Like, the signs that
Right.
I'm going to see to support my faith are going to be specific to me, right? And the experiences that I would have in my relationship with my beingness and my creator would be, it would be tailored specific to me, such that I can't say, oh, hey, when I wake up in the morning and I'm like, man, I sure could use this, and out I walk onto whatever, a scratching post, and I drive down the street, and sitting on the sidewalk is a perfectly good scratching post. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to say like, oh, those are my prayers being answered. I'm just saying little things like that can just, that just become beyond synchronicity, whereas, so it's interesting to have someone question one's experience. And I get that if we were sitting in a, with some of the big, like some of the people I've sat with out here on YouTube, some of the Hell Realm, Soul Trap, Trick people, without that kind of faith, saying they don't need that kind of faith. They would say that, how does DeFreak know that wasn't a trick of the system? You see what I'm saying? Like, because I get it, that would be that would be the inference for someone, someone I know analyzing this would say, well, he's ridiculous. He doesn't realize he's been tricked by the devilish system to think that this, but that's where it comes down to, like, well, how is DeFreak behaving, right? What is he doing? Like, what do we see? So I get that people, I'm just saying that I get that no matter what, if people are looking for tricks and believe they live in a hell realm and they revere their spirit over their body, right? Because that's their faith, that's their belief, that's their imagination, their discernment, all working together to support their experience. Like, they're only going to criticize, and or maybe on the inside of them, they're like, if that happened to me, I might believe it, but if it doesn't happen to me, I'm not gonna believe. Well, don't expect your experience to look at all like the freaks, right?
Right.
Yeah.
See,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah, exactly. It's what I found was, if I want to know for myself where I stand, I don't look outside of myself. I look inside and determine what state and condition I'm in. Call it heart, or call it I don't know, just non-malevolent and a peaceful understanding of things. Then I know that I'll proceed forward. Then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you're describing, I would call that like unrest. When you feel like maybe there's something more that you should be doing, or whatnot, or that you could have handled something better, or you had just had, let's say, a breakup or some bad relationship, or some sort of emotional kind of progress, and you're lagging behind. You feel like unrest or something, and I think that just happens with everybody. But you don't necessarily need to turn to God in order to figure that out. Of course, that helps. It's very nice to have and everything, but there's always going to be that conscious that hey, I should be doing better. Hey, I could be doing better. Hey, pick up the bootstraps, whatever that saying is, get to it, kind of a thing. And that's probably just the natural human condition, part of the conscious mind that makes us want to progress, because if you don't do anything, obviously there's no progression, and then there's no results. But I was looking at some of the new guru comments I want to address, and that is, Father God, it looks like the best thing I could find was this avatar that I'm using right now, like an exploding star, but he was alive, like so he's the source of light, he's the center of everything, he's the like the grand exploding star source of light of everything. And so he's not a human, and it's not gendered. Okay, so he looks like an exploding star of light, but Jesus Christ manifested as male, and I think there's a particular reason for that, and that is because of the endurance of the suffering that he had to endure. but also when the Father talks to you, you hear and you feel the feminine and the masculine love and voice, those voices on many waters, as it says in the Bible, talking to you. You hear all the different intertwined kind of feminine and masculine voices, but the one that kind of overrides and eventually comes through as clear is a loving father voice, which was male. But that doesn't mean that the father isn't male and female. Like I said, he's a best I can explain it is like an exploding star.
Just a pure, intense light with substance.
Yeah. So he's not a human with legs and eyes, and that representation is of Jesus. He's the representation of human form of God. And so like if we were Klingon, we would, Jesus would be Klingon. So he's our representation to God for humans, but it's him. It's hard to kind of really explain that, but the Father, the source of everything, is not a human being.
Yeah, I consider those aspects. I learned that through Hinduism. Is that they're through deities and demigods, they have aspects of themselves that they can personify. You may not be getting the actual root of the wholeness of that God. You're getting an aspect of that God at that point in time.
That's pretty good perspective there. I like that.
Yeah, that's not mine. That's just Hinduism.
Interesting.
Yeah, it definitely led me on a self-discovery of the aspects of self. People seem to hate change in a person in the metaverse, and if you change just a little bit, people get all up in arms and start trying to ostracize you for changing. But to me, it's just an aspect of myself that I'm personifying at that moment. That could change 2 hours later, and I'm going to give you another aspect of myself. It's still me. It's just a different personification.
Go ahead, Bex.
I wanted to just share. Sorry if I'm interrupting at the wrong point.
No, you're fine, Bex.
I was looking into the etymology of parent or padre. Father, padre, paternal. That's actually, it means parent, is what it means, not father. It's and we happen to call the father of the household padre, like we call the mother of the household madre. That's Spanish, but still it's a better and closer and simpler form of Latin. And so we use, but if you look into the French and other Latin languages and you look into how close the word parent is in French to English, which I can't think of right now, but I do know it's like one letter off, like pariente or something. Anyways, I'm just saying, I should have looked it up before I said anything. Doesn't matter. My point is in Spanish, you say mis padres, when you talk about my parents, and that's what it translates back to English as parents. So the God is the ultimate parent. That's what he is. Oh, that's what they are. That's what it is. He's not offended by pronouns. He could care less if we called him she. It just happens to be culturally, linguistically, and the fact that in the binary world, there's a role in the household and in the economy for the father that demands a level of respect that allows, and I'm not going to say in a superior way, I'm just saying probably back to my whole, like, the men probably carry the spirits and the women carry the printers, and together we come together, and boom, that's why men have a righteousness about them. That's why even that character I was talking about earlier, why his sense of spirit is so great, you know. And it's ironic that it's the men that are not attached to the material realm because they carry the spirits of the other people with them, because they're closer to that, and that's an emotionless place, spirituality, right? And now virtuous is different than emotion, right? So when they're in, you know, so that's maybe why women are seen as being more emotional, and it doesn't actually comes down to we display that because we can talk about culture and what we've allowed in each other and what we've disallowed in each other, and what we see online all the time, you know, men being so overly emotional and telling every single woman they talk to stop being emotional, you know, and people don't see it as men being emotional, right?
I do.
Yeah, so but my point to that is that women are if we are the printers and we're not, and we depend on the men for the spirit, our own included, right, through our mother, or we wouldn't be here as this integrated crucified being, technically, because again, I'm going back to my Spanish roots here and saying, like, in Spanish, when you drink too much and you have a hangover the next day, your friends put an X up in front of you or a cross, and they say, "Hiciste la cruz," which means, did you make the cross? Well, what did you do? You mixed your spirits last night. You know, you mixed it. You made the mix, right? So anyways, my whole point, but I didn't need to add that added linguistics, but I like to. So my point is that women actually are in essence, because that's the id, that's the physical, right? So technically, if we hadn't socialized each other to these extremes, because we extrapolate backwards some golden era, because we think we've been here for 6,000 years or 450,000, depending on your belief system, you know, physically, right? So that, you know, has us not realizing that the root of that belief system is actually because the women carry the printers, and they are the beingness that has the ability to easily emote, because they have to be to produce the physical beingness of men and women, you know, just like you have, you know. So again, I think there's something to that.
Interesting.
I think that a woman and her emotion and the sensitivity of her emotion goes with nurturing the child. A male
But so do
is not
yeah,
going
sorry, go ahead.
to. A male is not going to be able to display the emotions and the attachment that a female is with a child, especially a newborn.
Well, you'd say that, but I worked for a woman who picked her husband. Well, they picked each other, obviously, but I'm just saying the woman that I worked for, she admitted to picking Patty because he would compensate emotionally for her lack thereof. She knew that as a mother, she had the patience for the child, like, once it started talking. You know, she had interest in the child once it started talking, and she knew that about herself before but she wanted a family, right? So she found a man who compensated for that, you know, and would be they both set up a business together, so that even when they had a child, you know, she was in the office, the baby's on the floor, the baby's crying, he's like, pick up the baby. It's just that the three of us were actually running the business really small at that time. We downsized, right? And he's like screaming, and I'd be screaming at her, like, he's like, pick up the baby, we don't have time. And she's like, oh fuck, I can self-soothe, right? And I'm like, Patty's lactating out here, right? Like, dude, pick up, you know. And I'm not saying she was being neglectful. It was right around the corner from us. You see what I'm saying? Like, we're a room away, you know. But she knew that about herself, and they're fine. I mean, I know one of my brothers would, if he could have given birth, he would give birth. You know, like that. He's you know, he's so paternal, or whatever, right? So, you know, we put each other into these boxes, you know, and then say that, you know, we paint with such a broad brush that it actually creates expectations of each other that actually puts blinders on, you know, to what we can actually see in each other. Because as Axis was saying, women are the nurturers. I'm thinking, well, but Axis, you're as nurturing, you know?
Well, I was gonna pick up on
That's
that
why
too.
men have nipples.
You know, most males don't have the proclivity or the even the thought or the concept of thinking of any other testimony but its own. You know, so like the motherly instinct is something that considers other testimonies before themselves, whereas the default male kind of mindset is just not like that at all.
Well, but independent of the dog eat dog world, so in a place of more healthy competition, in a society that has a better supportive infrastructure, and I mean, I'm Canadian, of course, my Canadians showing, like, I don't want to talk a banker society. I don't, I'm saying in general speaking, that comprehends that, how the resources are shared in a closed system or even an open system for that matter. But since we think we're in a closed system here, regardless of shape debate, how the resources are shared is a 1 over big capital N, okay? Where N represents all the people in the whole fucking closed system, all the people, right? And that's how much of a share of absolutely everything that exists in the whole world that is yours, right? I'm not saying like that means your book you have on your shelf anyone can just walk in and grab. I'm saying in terms of resources, and we do our best to approach the world. Now people think that nullifies competition, but there's super healthy competition. Two stonemasons building, you don't put a stonemason on a job by himself. Okay, two stonemasons building side by side. Okay, they healthily compete with one another, and neither's getting paid more because they're producing faster. That's just the natural, that's just the nature, and it's healthy. And it's not greedy. It doesn't have to be greedy. So I think in an environment like that, you'd see that those male traits shine different, right? That we're in a dog eat dog world. And that creates an environment of like more like, the pit bull, right? Like, rawr, fuck.
Yeah,
And then
a male's biology.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the male biology in part is made to, it has to perform, and so that's kind of why the mindset isn't necessarily, towards other testimonies before its own, So, but I want to say, if Nude Guru is still out there, also that's one of the beautiful things I find about Islam. And even though, Allah is always like the most high, the most great, the most everything, the man on, the exploding star on top, above the throne, that whole thing. We see in a couple of verses in the Quran where it says that, with us is the mother of the book, and with me is the mother of the book, and that's kind of like to me a reverence to the feminine, to the woman archetype, that that God is almost making equal with him, not quite, but basically saying there's a female part of God that is there, that it's not necessarily expressed in the writing so much, but I just want to say that, like, I don't deny that part of God, but when we say and we use the he, him pronouns and stuff like that, father, it's not because of some superiority complex or inferiority complex, or in that regard. It's just kind of the common language, like Bex was saying. So hopefully Nude Guru understood that a little bit and whatnot, but that's all.
Right. Curious, Bex.
So you're
Do
curious?
you
Go ahead.
apply? Yeah, I'm peeking out of the closet, man. Do you ascribe to the last Thursday theory then? That
The what?
everything was it's a concept amongst quantum theorists that everything that you're living through now is only been created since, say, last Thursday, and everything before that and your memories and understanding was all placed in you by
Mm.
I suppose the programmer, you know, and everything, because you
In essence,
linear
yes.
time.
Yeah, in essence, I do believe that because yeah. My aunt is a very religious woman, and I wasn't raised in a religious family, but I sought it out very young and went to a lot of churches all through school. Had friends that went to church and went with their family. Spent Saturday nights at friends' houses all the time. All sorts of churches. But yeah, I would tell my aunt and my you know, being challenged on the idea of how can a rock exist if the world is only 6,000 years old, for instance, right? My aunt,
Right.
you know, she'd get into these arguments with my faithless family, and I'd listen and I'd think, well, I don't even know why you're arguing, Auntie Leilani, right? So I tell her, I don't even know why you're arguing. And she'd say, why? And I said, well, because, like, yeah, in an instant, a 400,000-year-old rock can be created. In an instant. That's why. You know? And with it, the entire carbon dating system that gives the faith to the faithless. Something to be faithful to. So, you know? That's just the way it works.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, could that have happened last Thursday? You know? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
So
and that's
that's
even
the concept.
because in order for eternity to be put in linear time, at some point in time, at that moment in time that time begins, right? That's what happens. That's exactly what happens. Everybody's memories are, boom, planted. False memory syndrome. Because you can't remember
There you go.
eternity. Plus, it's tragic. Like, it really is tragic. But if you understand what the benefits of it are of it in the end, it's not tragic. But the tragedy of having been eternal and now not is so fucking. You want to talk PTSD? Look at the world, right? So that's the trauma. Even before everything else, not to discredit the bombs being dropped on civilians right now somewhere in the world. I don't mean to minimize that, you know, because that's real.
Yeah.
Too, right? So, you know, but that's where these things where, you know, faith, that's where faith holds. Like, if that kind of shit happens, like, if there is a reincarnation system in here, that in this closed system that people are trapped in, you don't get trapped back in it.
But I kind of see the earth as
You know, if
where
you're
God imprisons all his transgressors. You know, the fallen angels, they got cast to earth. Adam and Eve thrown to the garden, into the wilds of the earth.
The snake got tossed.
Yeah, everything is kind of like thrown to earth that pisses God off.
Oh, but I just think he's got big shoulders. You know? So everyone's
This
all
is
like,
where
fuck him. You know, it's a bad rap, you know? People have to understand that beyond, it's less the translation of these words that causes the confusion. You know, it's literally like the best sci-fi horror fucking story of all time. Why would it not be? Right? Like, we all love our Netflix, man. You know? Like, why would there not be like the overall arcing fucking story of mankind not be like an insane fucking horror sci-fi psychological thriller? Right? That actually, as you're
It
existing
would
through
seem
it,
so.
yeah, as you're existing through it, and you're capable of coming to the awareness of what happened, right? And how fucking tragic it was, and why, right? Because essentially, you can't, in an eternal place of infinite possibilities, there are people that would exploit people, right? Maybe even trap them in a closed system, right? Maybe even trap them in a closed system so that they can exploit them, right? And that's the spirit, that's the people being tested.
That reminds me of that movie Twilight Zone. I don't know if you saw that, but it had like different segments in it, and like Dan Aykroyd was in one part, and like John Lithgow was in part of it, with the monster and the alien. But there was also a part where there was a school teacher and there was this little boy, and he had like his family trapped in a house, and the school teacher ran out of gas or something and ended up taking the boy home or whatever, and tried to trap her in the house. But somehow she was able to, with her like wisdom, talk him out of keeping people trapped. And that your story about the soul trap right now just reminded me of that.
Yeah.
That is a pretty intense episode. The original black and white was Opie from Mayberry, and he'd wish him to the cornfield. And then the remake, when they did the silver screen version of Twilight Zone, they did a remake of that. So yeah, that was one of the more memorable Twilight Zones.
It's cool.
See, my problem that I'm up against right now was even the concept or thought of a deity or a compassionate God, or more or less Godhead, is I'm teetering on the verge of a complete and total nervous breakdown because of life circumstances. And I've had to go inside before a short stay to be able to get myself back together at one point in time. And I thought, what kind of cruel, vicious bastard God pushes somebody to that brink with his own people? And I find a lot of contempt there, because even this time, it's on the back of God, and with him being their justification, that has pushed me to this point.
Yeah, that's the problem of evil, as they say, or whatnot. Or part of evil, problem with evil. And all I could say is, a lot of times he's trying to break us down to the point that we have to really put our faith in Christ. And two, everything had to be witnessed in order for this whole good and evil, eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and actually defining that for eternity via our testimonies. It all has to play out, and so we have to, unfortunately, witness a lot of the garbage that comes with that.
To me and whatever I consider to be the programmer, because I look at everything in kind of a mathematical perspective. Everything can be measured, energy can be measured, everything is by proportion, geometry, design, frequencies measured, even what we perceive is measured by bandwidth. And that kind of throws God or the creator into a mathematician type of creator. The construct is all math. And whenever you're dealing with something as abstract as mental illness and nervous breakdowns, and to think that malevolent equation exists and that you would have to deal with it in the name of God or the name of Jesus even, has completely just got me baffled and overwhelmed. Because what put me in this state at this point in time was not only the actions of people who claim to be Christians, but the continued bastardization of what they believe and claim to be, as opposed to what they're doing to me. Therefore, when I think of God or a creator or Jesus or anything of that nature, or even the programmer, it makes me sick at my stomach. And I'm like, I would rather just die and be thrown out of existence into just an entropy than to continue on with these type of people and that type of situation, and especially if it's that type of God.
Yeah. In the Quran, it talks about, certain punishments and, for the unbelievers and this kind of thing. And, it says they're going to wish that they were never even born, that kind of a thing. I think that's mentioned in the Bible, and it sounds really awful. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think that is ever an option for us. Like, we could wish that we were like nothing and it was the total blank screen and it was total peace, and we weren't even aware that we were aware of that. But unfortunately, I don't think that that's actually the case. And I think that as much as it sucks, because sometimes I feel that way too. Remember, I was a suicidal person at one time. That
Right.
everyone else is in the same fucking boat, and so we have to kind of get over it a little bit and just realize that, hey, he's God no matter what, and we have to do it his way, or it's going to be even that much worse. So the things that we have to endure, we just have to endure them like men, and just try to gain his favor and his heart by praying. That's really all we can do.
Well, and yeah. And sorry, I'm smoking a joint.
Cool.
Oh,
I
you're
did
fine,
smoke
Beth.
that cigarette, but I was gonna say that. Oh, I think I might have lost what I was gonna say. Just a second. No, I've really lost it. What were you guys just saying? What were you just saying?
The
Oh, it's
circumstances
about
being
God.
human, and why would God put us through this?
Yeah, why
and,
would yeah. So why would you imagine why would you imagine this place without you instead of, like, why would you leave it to all of them, all of those nasty beings, instead of, like, whether it's here or somewhere else? Like, why would you imagine existence without you instead of without of all of them?
Well, that comes with the type of humility. I
So
don't agree with them. I don't like them. I don't get along with them. And
I'm not saying you have
anytime
to
go ahead.
exist. I'm not saying you have to delete them for that to not exist, but just even to use that sentiment of, I'd rather not exist than exist with these beings or these forces. And I get that is, you're right, it is based in humility, but that's where, it's interesting. People only hear of the successful self-deletions, right? Like, you don't hear of the people who may be incapable of that. And not because, I don't mean that as a challenge to people. I mean, like, literally, you can't.
Yeah, it's not
Right?
on my agenda.
So it doesn't matter how many times one has tried. We could take Lucid as an example, and I'm not trying to misrepresent his story. It's not a story of self-deletion, at least not in that instant that happened to his head, right? Like,
Right.
we know that he's a heavy drinker, and there's all sorts of beautiful sensitivities, that I went back. I met Lucid after that happened. I met Lucid while everybody was worried about him. And I didn't know why they were worried. So I was hanging out with Charles, and they were constantly mentioning this Lucid, like, oh, I hope I hear from him soon. But nobody had told me what happened to him when he showed up on the live stream the first time, and he had not, they were growing his skull back from his own fucking, bone cells, right? Because that's what he has, is a self-grown skull, to cover the indentation that was there. So I'm just saying, so to take a gunshot accident, right, that represents that failed attempt, right, where we can see physically in front of us what one looks like, and then since both of you have admitted that you've been that low before, and even, what you've said to Freak about trying it, multiple times or many times, like, I've come from the other angle of, like, I had a very close near-death experience, and I didn't have a NDE because I stopped time to live. I was so willing to fucking not die. Okay, from the most humble place in my mind, as I realized what was happening, I was like, nobody made any of this for me to die here. And in that same, didn't do any bargaining. I was just like, no. So instead of being like, I'm holy fuck, I'm going to die, which I believe that I would have if I had thought that. Instead, I was like, no, because I love life. Right. So, I love my creation. Right. I do, Stephen's right about me. Right. As much as I sat and listened to him, I sat with my adversary on that front, and it only reinforced for me, not to say, that concept of physically existing, like this revering spirit over body is death cult nonsense. It's disgusting. Like,
So
God
when you
didn't
entered into
fucking
that
body,
NDE, are you
So
saying?
I
Hold
didn't
on,
have an NDE. I was like momentarily, I would have had an NDE if I hadn't thought to myself, not like this. I would have, but instead I had an accident where I didn't, they can say whatever engineering, whatever safety devices on the other vehicle, whatever saved my life. But I know how fast I was going and what I hit and how slow it was going, I rear-ended a fully loaded B-train semi-truck at the top of a 6% grade hill where he was gearing down to like 30 miles an hour and I was going 150 kilometers an hour, which is like, I don't know, 120 miles per hour, straight into the back of him. Like, not with enough time to, my brakes engaged, but they didn't stop me,
Yeah. So wait a second.
So
when you were aware at some point that you were kind of detaching from the realm, that the reality of this realm.
No, I am grounded to this realm. Like, no, I just knew that if I said to myself, holy fuck, I'm going to die, and thought to myself, allowed the images of my life to pass before me, that I would have died. That's how
So
bad
you
an
wouldn't
accident
even-
it would have been. But instead, I had, with all reverence for creation, the idea of not like this, because I knew if I swung right, I was gonna either smash straight into the mountain or roll up the hill and then roll back down. If I didn't have time to shoulder check, if I went in the left lane, I might have if I didn't need to see if someone else was coming in it, and I was just doing a mathematical equation up the hill. I'd never driven a vehicle. My mom's car was a Geo Tracker and it was like relatively new and a standard, and I'm good at standard. And I was doing at what rate does this rate of acceleration stop increasing? Like, I was basically taking the third and fourth derivatives in real time, of this vehicle. And I just put the pedal to the metal up the hill and I wasn't even paying attention to the signs, but I saw them. Trucks at top of hill, 6% grade begins. And then they had the next one was how heavy the truck is, how slow it had to go. And so I just didn't want to kill anyone. And so I had nothing but love for any person. I didn't want to injure someone and I didn't want to die. And so that's why people will say, have you had an NDE? No, I didn't have, all my, other than a seatbelt mark and an internal injury, I was cognitive and talking to the people within seconds of the accident. But in that instant, my faith shone through. It didn't just come at that time. I'd already been evolving it my whole life. So I was already dialoguing with God while I'm, in this instant. So I just knew, like, the roads weren't paved, the truck wasn't made, the car wasn't made. My failed trip down to the, my trip might have not turned out the way I wanted it to, but, it still was I met good people. Like, none of this inventions, none of it was for me to die. Because I was doing a mathematical equation.
Yeah. You talk about that instant.
In that instant.
You had the awareness of that instant to basically stop an NDE from happening, which is a fascinating type of awareness that I never thought of before. But
yes, and I believe, I know I experienced it, so only I can believe it. I could continue to tell you how aware I was. I can, but I also know that, kind of like whoever it is in the Bible that, got his ponytail cut off and his eyes gouged out, like, that car accident was important for my continued building of my faith on an imaginary level, on a reality level, and has formulated my, solidified Yeah, it just has. It was an impactful moment in my life. You know.
Well, it's fascinating too because you said that the mathematical equation, the look, over the shoulder look left, lane change, and also the resistance to any notion of possibly dying or being,
Yeah.
in the
Nope.
east. It was all done in a simple no. And that's what's also
not
fascinating.
like this, and not just because I want to live, right? Because nobody made anything to do with anything, because I'm supposed to die on a highway.
So you
Fuck
saw
that.
like a mini eternity flash before your eyes, and you said no to it before it happened, which is
I think my
fascinating.
I think it's almost more like my body inherently knew what to do, which was not. So you take of, I don't know if you guys know, amongst us are Predators Phil, who was around, a year and a half ago, and he was in a really bad car accident. A really bad car accident, and it was shown. You could see that his skull had been crushed, but he also felt like, we had conversations where, you can say, and I'm not going to say that to, but I would say that if people have tried many times to self-delete and everyone's like, well, you must not have tried hard enough, you really didn't want to call for attention or whatever, or maybe it's just not possible. Maybe.
Have you ever studied quantum death or looked into it?
Not much. I don't, in a denial, in a chain smoking denial kind of way, right? I don't really look into death.
Okay.
The closest I look into death is saying, yeah, but I definitely listen to other people's ideas of it.
Right. It's a personal, individual experience. I mean, whenever.
I'll tell you, for people who question everything, they don't question that. Everyone's like, it's a given. It's a given. It's a given. It's a given. It's always been a given. Right? I'm like, wow. Well, I just say, if you think you question everything and you can't question death, you haven't questioned everything.
See, when they brought me back, I was angry because I was at peace. And then there was a couple incidents after that where, by all accounts, I was dead. But yet, it's almost like I transversed within theory to an alternative Earth with different.
I see what you're saying, and I
that,
understand now what you mean by quantum death. I've wondered, are we all in coma patients right now, or are we people who did die? Did I die in that accident and I woke up here and it's just a semi-reincarnation?
Right.
Could that have happened?
Right.
And just, next thing you know, you're conscious in a hospital right after a car accident, and you've, I don't know. Could we all be in a place where we don't realize we're dead? Like that airplane movie. There's a movie where there's like a few main characters that, someone has to help someone understand that they're dead. I don't think about that.
I think because of linear time and the way that we're not in and out of realities, kind of like it is, in those scenarios, and the fact that we are witnessed proves that, yes, this is real and we're not in a jar or something.
Mm-hmm.
If I had to take on a concept of a creator, then I would consider that creator in possession of every possible equation that could ever be, and we are just a variable to that God or that creator as just one variable, and that creator contains within itself all possible variables, almost like superposition, but with tangibility. I've had some pretty intense experiences where, one of them was, and if the fucking powers that be are listening, yeah, it was an overdose. And by all rights, when I come out of that, I questioned for over a week whether I was whether I died or not, and that's what took me off into quantum death and to understand, you know, what the theories and the concept is behind that, because there are different variables in my life that have changed that are not the same. But then I wonder, well, is that just a psychosis from that experience, or was there actually a quantum death that took place, and I'm just in an alternate, closest possible resemblance of where I was? And then that would also mean that the creator and all variables would also be the same creator over every instance of possible Earths that could be.
Hmm.
That's perplexed me really bad, and trying to introduce a coherent derivative from my situation and what I'm experiencing in myself because of stimulus from around me and people's uh, energies and decisions. I start to slip, and whenever I start slipping, I quit making sense in my interpretation of everything around me, and I go into an extreme mental protocol of this recoil. So you may have died, Beck. I mean, to my understanding of what quantum death
I
is,
didn't. I definitely
in
didn't
theory.
by hospital records. You know what I mean? Like that's not. It wasn't a that kind of bad accident. You know, I guess unless they didn't
Okay.
tell me that they did cut me open. So, you know, something could have happened on the surgery table. But with getting into, it's too late at night for me to get into the abstract. Some of my imagination that's been inspired by what could have happened in that hospital that night.
Right, and it is just speculation, just theory.
Yeah. But what I wanted to say was it's interesting that I want to say a couple of things. One is that, there's kind of a theory out there, or at least I had a conversation with someone who posited that, with fentanyl, there may be this people are actually pushing, once people have had have OD'd and needed to be Narcan back, that they're actually chasing that high, like Flatliners, like the movie Flatliners. And so when you
Right.
talk about, that peace that you felt, it's interesting that peace that you felt is exactly what the freak is saying, I would say, on some front is likely, I should say, I won't want to say exactly, but likely similar to the freak's experience where he didn't want to, come back in that what felt like 30-minute conversation, right? So what I think is interesting is the fact that, from two completely different perspectives, one from prayer and one from, an overdose or a death experience. I call it a near-death experience. We could call it a death experience, that's the beauty of not having been in that sector of YouTube like ever. Okay. I sat with the king, man. I don't need to, go to the top.
Right.
Anyways, which is great. And I'm sorry if he feels used for that. He never asked me what I believed. He just assumed and he was right. So, I wasn't rude about it, Um, It's that sense of spirit, that Superman cape that's going to trap all the demons in, that I'm going to tell you my spirit's that arrogant too. Okay? So as much as I've talked about being the printer, I didn't print anyone here yet. So maybe that's why my spirit's so arrogant too. And I love that. I just don't think that I actually espouse it online, even if people can be like, we can see your arrogant specs. And I'm like, oh, I know. But if you really knew how arrogant I was, on some fronts. But anyways, I digress. My point is, so I was going to say that those two experiences were, very similar. And what if the whole point of having those experiences and being back here is not to revere going back to those experiences via death, but to actually recreate that feeling for oneself here? So that as much as the freak would be like, yeah, but what about all the gifts in heaven that I'm racking up, converting Christians, educating people, spreading the word of God, even as Islam, in Islam, you get rewarded for sleeping with your wife. My goodness, can you believe it? Everyone's like, that's control because they have organized marriage or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, no, it's just this one of the things, one of the secrets of, bonuses. So I know, well, isn't that a great thing to be encouraged to, have sex most religions actually support sex. So, but anyways, I digress. My point is why does it have to be like, I think if there is some reason to be, which I think is the essence of faith. So outside of religiosity, if you know that you have purpose, and I don't mean like, oh, what's my purpose? Well, if someone's running around this lifetime asking what's their purpose and they never answer it, just asking the question alone obviously was their purpose, and knowing that you have one to question is enough, even if you never find it, right? That's faith. So and then if one takes that and says, oh my God, I have purpose, I mean something, I'm significant, I have essence, I have something bigger than, having to raise my hand to go to the bathroom in primary school or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, then there's still, there's, my point to that is just like, there's, then that anyone around you have to put that on everyone around you. Right? Like, oh, well, that person has purpose and you have purpose and you have purpose and, and how am I to tell you what your purpose is? So I don't know. I just think that there's just this idea that, both of those experiences are, it's interesting that instead of comprehending the spirit and the body experience and then taking that spiritual experience and saying, well, recreating it here, it somehow here reinforces that you have to leave here to have those experiences. So that's what I was saying with the freak. So with all his fortune awaiting him, it doesn't have to go there to get it. What if it has to come here to be with him? Like, so I'm just saying from two different perspectives, religious or not.
I think when it says treasure in heaven, it's not necessarily talking about like stuff or gold or jewels or riches, or it's more of a I want to say like a brightness of being, a righteousness of being, and a rank. There's like different ranks in heaven and stuff like that. If you're brighter than another person, then you have authority over that person. So it's a matter of like rank and position in the kingdom of heaven. And I feel like I need to acquire as much of that as possible, because the way my family is and how disgustingly like terrible they are, I'm gonna have to cover them a lot.
So it's kind of a hierarchy situation then. That would be.
So like if someone comes to me and says, hey, this is all the injustice that your sister, your sibling, your whoever did to me, they're not going to be able to just have access to her and do to her as they will without coming to me first, because I have the authority to basically, stop it all.
But isn't that that's not completely true? And maybe I'm just extrapolating Islamic law to spiritual world, but like in the courts, in those courts, I have the choice. Once it's been ruled, I have the choice. I can either if wrong's been done to me, I can either have that wrong do that wrong back. Like if a woman bit my lip or whatever, I have the right to cut part of her lip off or seek the blood money, and it's up to me, not you, right?
True. I mean, yeah,
So it's
that's
good
true.
it's good that you have those things covered, and so you're talking spiritual credits or whatever, but that's
Yes.
not going to be so. But if that person who's been wronged by your family, if we're going to work in your framework, then the person that's been wronged by your family member, she still may choose the eye for an eye, right? And
That's
you
true.
can't, so that's, you really have no control, is all I'm saying. So it's
Well, but
great. So that you're
actually,
actually setting yourself up so your family can behave more poorly now, thinking that of course someone's not going to be bad enough to pick doing wrong to me, and I won't have the body to be done wrong by. It'll all just be spiritual credits. You're going on some pretty heavy beliefs. We actually only imagine a death-based eternal. We only imagine a life after death scenario. That's when that judgment, those kind of judgment days happen. Nobody thinks of it as a end time in body life experience, right? So where there actually is going to be someone who's got the right to do to your mom whatever your mom did to that person. And as much as you're like, but I can double your blood money, I'll quadruple it, I'll septuple it in spiritual credits, and
well,
likely I would just so
no, I mean, you're right. I mean, especially if it's a judgment come down from God or whatever, and there is always recompense, but there's also negotiation, just like you said. Well, I could double, I could, there is negotiation. In other words, we could give away part of our light to that person in exchange for not letting our people, our family, or whoever is, attached to us have to suffer, because the suffering there is a lot worse than it is here.
Spiritual bartering.
So yes, you're right. I mean, the eye for an eye may be what they're dead set on, and there may not be anything they can do about that, but I do have the right to negotiate.
But remember, it ain't going to be a banker's game, right?
No, it'll be for light. It'll be for righteousness.
Money,
It's true. Yes.
And would, at that point, if these spoiled, rotten spirits of yours, relatives that you already somehow, feel like you're expressing that authority in this life by racking up these credits for them, if they have any knowledge of this, like even I know that they are of a different faith and they might not buy into it and stuff, right? But if there is some, like, let's just say subconscious shared concept, then you are actually licensing them to behave worse now, running on the fact that they're going to get those credits from you later.
No, because one, they don't believe it. Two, because of that, I'm not spiritually. In other words, I'm not spiritually enabling them. They're already doing all this crap on their own, So, but that is something to think about. I mean, I guess I've never expressed that to them, so they don't know anything about it. But I'll think about that, because that's something to think about.
I mean, don't get me wrong, because whatever you're doing, you may be sitting there in that, how you envision it, where you actually have those extra credits, and the people that the spirits that your close relatives have wronged are like, no fucking way, there's no price, you can't give me any of your light, fuck it, right? Sealed in with the demons they go, right? Then you may find that extra is for other people, whose testimonies that you do see and you can stand beside.
Interesting stuff, Bex.
It puts me in mind of the what the Mormons do out there at the Salt Lake City Temple is they pray for and baptize the dead to get them into heaven, and that completely blew me away whenever the record of all
Not
these
their
people
heaven,
are
though.
being.
Not their heaven. The Mormons have
the
three
co-op.
tiers.
Yeah,
I'm just saying the Mormons have 3 tiers of heaven. So They'd be sending you from terrestrial to celestial. They exist in their spirits will go to ethereal heaven. And if you ask it, a
Right.
good humored I did comedy with a Mormon comedian, and I asked him about his classes to heaven, and he said, well, let me put it to you this way. He's like, Rebecca, you guys don't want to hang out with us here. Why would you want to hang out with us in eternity? He spun it right round. It was great. But I'm just saying, so whatever they're doing now, if they're actually baptizing previous LDS people that didn't get, into their record or whatever, then they might be going to ethereal heaven. But and I might have those wrong. I might, but I know it's
Well, I know.
to their. Yeah. So what are they doing?
Whenever I called them in to infiltrate them, they sent their little Melchizedeks to the house. And
my God, I love the mother. I love the Mormon brothers and sisters.
Yeah, and we chopped it up over religion, and they wound up bringing one of the elders in, and then I wound up going to the church and getting to see the psychedelic film, and all the way to the point where I had to be a card-carrying Mormon, which is in good standing. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm not going to pay to be a member of this church, because I'm not going to be paying God to be in servitude to a God. And then, but in the course of that, I learned that even the Book of Mormon isn't necessarily the main doctrination. You've got, the Pearl of Great Price and Joseph Smith's writings. And when I started getting really deep into asking questions, and they felt comfortable enough to answer them, that was one of the ones that they come across with. And that God lived on a planet called Kolob, and he has a wife, and we're going to be blessed with being gods over our own planets. And then they went into baptizing the dead at Salt Lake City, and all the way to the symbolism on the undergarments, which keeps the reminder for them to stay pure.
I love their special blessed, their blessed underwear.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It's celestial, terrestrial, and telestial. But it's even it's interesting that you would bring up Mormonism, because I was, as the Freak was talking about the different hierarchies in heaven, that's what made me think of Mormon. I thought of Mormonism instantly as well. So,
yeah, it's what I got triggered in, was like, that sounds like Mormonism.
Yeah.
Very similar.
And there's, let's just see. Just trying to see. I'm just going to read this little blurb. In the theology and cosmology of Mormonism, in heaven there are degrees of glory, alternatively kingdoms of glory, which are the ultimate eternal dwelling places for nearly all who have lived on earth after they are resurrected from the spirit world. And then they show a picture of a premortal existence, the veil of forgetfulness into birth, earth life. And then from there you go into death, which takes you to the spirit world, which takes you to resurrection, then final judgment, and then there's 4 trajectories from final judgment. One is into outer darkness, or celestial kingdom, terrestrial kingdom, and telestial kingdom. So that's a depiction of the plan of salvation as illustrated by the Church of Latter-day Saints. So, and I'm almost done.
They brought me a map.
Members of the largest denomination in the Latter-day Saint movement, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, believe that the Apostle Paul briefly described these degrees of glory in heaven in 1 Corinthians 15:40-42 and 2 Corinthians 12:2. Joseph Smith said he received a vision with Sidney Rigdon in 1832, which enhances the understanding of heaven and is recorded in Doctrine and Covenants, section 76. According to this vision, all people will be resurrected, and at the final judgment, all who go to heaven will be assigned one of the 3 degrees of glory called the celestial, terrestrial, and telestial kingdoms. All of the remaining, believed to be a small number of individuals who commit the unpardonable sin, will not receive a kingdom of glory in heaven, but will be banished to outer darkness with Satan, where they will be sons of perdition.
Right. See, they brought me a map.
The celestial's the
they didn't.
highest, and it's light. It's light, like DeFreak is expressing. The celestial king
Right.
is taught as being the highest of the 3 degrees of glory. It is thought to be the third heaven, referred by the Apostle Paul in KJV, the 2 Corinthians 12:2, and is said to correspond to the celestial bodies and glory of the sun mentioned in 1 Corinthians. The word celestial derives from the Latin word meaning heavenly, and its inhabitants are... The celestial kingdom is the residence of those who've been righteous, accepted the teachings of Jesus Christ, and received and lived up to all the required ordinances and covenants. Individuals may accept and receive these ordinances and covenants during their mortal lives. According to doctrine, those who did not have the opportunity while living will have the opportunity in the post-mortal spirit world, where they can accept ordinances performed on their behalf by the LDS church members and temples, which is what you were saying they do. All children who die before they become morally competent, which according to LDS belief typically happens around the age of 8, automatically inherit the celestial kingdom without the reception of ordinances. The celestial kingdom is the permanent residence of God the Father, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Ghost. Joseph Smith taught a white stone is given to each of those who come into the celestial kingdom, whereon is a new name written, which no man knoweth, save he that receiveth it. This white stone will become a Urim and Thummim, or seer stone, to the recipient. Interesting that it's got that pagan,
Well, it's tied into, actually, that's tied into Judaism and the Levitical priesthood.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And also the layers of heaven are in Enoch. The book of Enoch,
Wow.
He discusses the layers of the different levels of heaven that he was.
What about the stones?
He described them. Yeah, the stone is actually mentioned in one of the Apocrypha. I think it's the Apocrypha, and it's also mentioned in the Catholic Bible about a white stone. Now, I don't know about the revealing of a name on it, or it becoming the Urim and the Thummim, but I know that was what was used to be able to interpret and read the angelic language.
That's actually, in the Bible, and then the white stone with the name on it, I think that's also part of the New Testament.
Okay.
So it's interesting that the Book of Mormon is consistent with the Bible, at least. That's a good thing.
Well, and the second, there's more that could be read, but terrestrial kingdom, the inhabitants of that, and it's the middle of the 3 degrees of glory, and believed by the LDS members to correspond to the bodies terrestrial and glory of the moon mentioned by the Apostle Paul in the KJV translation of 1 Corinthians 15:40-41. The word terrestrial derives from a Latin word meaning earthly. Inhabitants, according to the Doctrine and Covenants, section 76, those who will inhabit the terrestrial kingdom include those who have lived respectably, but were blinded by the craftiness of men, and thus rejected the fullness of the gospel of Jesus Christ when it was presented to them in this life. It also includes persons who rejected the testimony of Jesus in the flesh, but afterwards received it in the spirit world, and those who are not valiant in the testimony of Jesus after having received it. For those who rejected the opportunity to receive required ordinances and covenants while living, they will have the opportunity in the post-mortal spirit world, where they can accept ordinances performed on their behalf by LDS church members in temples. Ultimately, the kingdom of glory received by those who accept the testimony of Jesus will be based on God's knowledge of whether they would have received it with all their hearts as manifested by their works and the desires of their hearts. Those who inherit the terrestrial kingdom receive of the presence of the Son, but not the fullness of the Father. Smith taught that translated beings abide in the terrestrial kingdom until they are judged at the final judgment, after which they will enter into the celestial kingdom.
That's some far out stuff, man.
The celestial kingdom this is the last one, is the lowest of the 3 degrees of glory. It is believed by LDS church members to correspond to the glory of the stars mentioned by the Apostle Paul in KJV translation of 1 Corinthians 15:41. Telestial is a term with no prior usage, and it was not made clear if the word was meant to be a part of the vision or an invention by Smith or Rigdon. Historian Mark Staker points that Rigdon had elementary experience with Latin and Greek, and that the word reflects the idea of being far off or reaching the end. Inhabitants. According to the Doctrine and Covenants, those who will inhabit the telestial kingdom include those who in this life received not the gospel of Christ nor the testimony of Jesus. It will also include those who were liars and sorcerers and adulterers and whoremongers and whosoever loves and makes a lie, as well as murderers and idolaters. Because of their refusal to accept Jesus as their savior, these individuals will remain in spirit prison for 1,000 years during the millennial reign of Christ. Until they repent and accept Jesus Christ and his gospel, these individuals will have the opportunity during this time in the post-mortal spirit world to accept ordinances performed on their behalf by LDS church members in temples. After the 1,000 years, the individuals will be resurrected and receive an immortal physical body and be assigned to the telestial kingdom. Smith taught that individuals in the telestial kingdom will be servants of God, but where God and Christ dwell, they cannot come worlds without end. However, they will receive the ministration of the Holy Ghost and beings from the terrestrial kingdom. Despite these limitations in LDS church theology, being resident in the telestial kingdom is not an unpleasant experience. The glory of the telestial surpasses all understanding. Smith also taught that just as there are different degrees of glory within the celestial kingdom, there are different degrees of glory within the telestial kingdom. He stated that as one star differs from another star in glory, even so differs one from another in the telestial world. In the telestial kingdom, each person's glory will vary depending on their works while on earth. Smith and Rigdon stated, "We saw the glory and the inhabitants of the telestial world, that they were as innumerable as the stars in the firmament of heaven, or as the sands upon the seashore." Bruce R. McConkie suggested that by implication, this means that most of the adult people who have lived from the day of Adam to the present time will go to the telestial kingdom.
Yeah, see,
So
they
there
have
you
a
have it.
map. I'd love to get a hold of that map. It illustrates that whole concept.
Okay, here, I'm doing
And
this.
That's some good stuff. I like that.
and
I
it,
think
Yeah,
it
there's some
is
truth in that.
relative.
The Mormons is a layman's church. If people don't, not out here telling people like I'm not a Mormon. I'm not trying to convert people. Not that it matters, but the Mormon church is a layman's church, and it has. I'm trying to do too many things at once. I took a picture of it. Access. But you
Okay,
can also go to
appreciate that.
Wikipedia Degrees of Glory. I can share the link. Just a sec. I'll do that. And then you'll see it. Copy link. Okay, so what was I saying? Oh, it's what they call a layman's church, and so the person who would be like what we would see as a priest in another church, the person who starts the Sunday service and stuff, like they're an appointed official. They're typically a married man, and it's not. It is something revisited, I think, every 4 years, but it isn't. It's an appointment, and they're not theologians, even though they are very devoted Mormons, and so it's run by the people for the people kind of concept. And so every Sunday, he would the I don't know what they're called, the priest guy at the church, which he's not a priest, the elder that's
The elders.
in charge of everything. But he has a name, I just don't know it. But he would start, and then it's someone in the church goes up and leads the service, and it rotates through, and it's usually two people. It's usually like a couple or a father-daughter, or it's not always, but they like it like that. But there's one, typically one main speaker, and it's always like a story of their testimony, and it's like an AA meeting with faith and no booze. Definitely no booze, typically, if you're abiding by their faith. But because they'll tell a story of their own life and then liken it to a story of Jesus, and then liken it also to a Joseph Smith story, right? And then that's the service. First hour is that. The next hour, you break into circles and you sit in groups of 5 or 6 people, mixed gender, and basically study virtues and talk about, on a smaller scale, your personal experience. Someone talks about a Jesus experience, someone tells a Joseph Smith story, and everybody moves on. And then the third hour is actually the church divides into genders, and the men go off and the women go off. But I've never stayed for that part, just because by then I'm just a little bit, it's just too much for me. Plus, everybody knows I'm not there trying to become a Mormon. I just really, when I've gone in the past, I really like the Mormons. It's nice.
I didn't have a problem with them. They had a problem with me.
I don't know. Can
Yeah,
you
you
go
can't-
in there and say like, "Hey, I want to be a Mormon now," or they don't really
Well,
take
that's
people in
funny
like
because
that.
I used to tell a joke. No, I mean, churches will take your donations, right? And I don't tell it in public, but I used to, I've always said that one of my backup retirement plans is just turning Mormon, especially now that I can't read. I'll just give them 10%. It's a fucking write-off, okay? And trust me, like they got stockpiles of food and clothes and everything, right? And in fact, I know a friend who was raised Mormon, never practiced Mormonism as a grown adult, and ended up needing some elective surgeries, for health reasons. And her church paid for it, and she hadn't even been going to church. She just shows up to tell them she needs help. It's pretty fucked up. So and but she was raised in it. So, but yeah, from there I deduced that you could just, if you want a good retirement plan, just fake it till you make it, man. Give them your tithing and away you go. It's like it's super communal, barbecues, and you just have to get used to the, talking the talk. But we live in a world where, people want to resist like the advent of using they them to describe someone you can't, we would have used it in the past to insult somebody we couldn't tell the gender of. Now people won't use it because they think they're being overly controlled. No, language evolves, it evolves. So you have to be adaptable. So you got to be able to go talk the talk. You got to go hang out with the Mormons, why would you hang out with Mormons if all you want to do is contradict them? You either just go and hang out and learn, and in your own mind be like, I'll take that one, I'll take this, I'll take that, okay, thank you very much, and maybe at 60 I'll start giving you 10% of my income,
Right, which makes you a card carrier at that point, and you're in good standings. That killed me. Yeah, they're not malevolent at all, and they can be a little pushy. But once you come to an understanding, especially with one or two of the elders, and you can really learn the ins and outs of the Latter-day Saints all the way up to the point where it becomes a card-carrying Mormon. And that's when
those Mormon missionaries too, especially prior to the internet, I don't think people realize that those Mormon missionaries depend on you saying, yes, come over for dinner, right? It's not like the church stocks their cupboards, they're out there.
Right.
And back before the internet, they weren't allowed to use the phone. They have no phone. They have no TV. They had nothing, right? They were on a year's mission, and they got bare minimum of food in their cupboard, and everything else was expected to be earned by spreading the word. So now they've adapted. They have adapted for a bit more communication with your family and stuff but it took them a long time. They weren't allowed any. So I made really good friends with a couple Mormon sisters, and we had dinner regularly the year they were here, and it was a lot of fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What?
But I
I'm
was,
on a.
but yeah.
I'm on the blackballed list because I made the. Well, what a mistake! It was just I had reached the pinnacle of it was either become a Mormon or take what I had learned and go with it and not have them beating at my door. So when I announced that I was a son of God and everybody that believed in God was a child of God, and whether they did or not, you can't say that to them. That's crossing a really, really bad line, and especially whenever you say that you're the son of God.
I
You
know
know,
some
sure.
religious people are so superstitious.
Well, that definitely got me thrown into the no knock on my door pile. They won't come.
They didn't try and
So,
kindly,
but
like, lead you into, well, we're all children of God. We
mhm.
understand you.
Yeah, it was the word son. I could have said daughter just as easily, but I said I'm a son of God. You know,
Hey,
I don't know
and
if I was a super religious person and somebody said to me, I'm the son of God, and tried to trigger me, not that I'm saying that that's what you were doing, but I'm saying that I know that you definitely are a resistive path. You like to be, you're like a punk rocker. I know punk rock wasn't your thing. It was like metal, right? Or rock, heavier stuff. But I'm just saying, like,
industrial.
there's nothing
Yeah,
wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with wanting to resist and help someone else sharpen their sword, right? So those people should have been better prepared to just basically sit with you and acknowledge your son of God nature. And I don't mean that they should have understood the language, like, but because they've got this concept that blasphemy is superstition rather than an energy, you know, like,
right.
that, like, but they don't, but they're not, because they're actually in a faithful position out of superstition more than belief, more,
Well,
so
yeah, it turned into a thing, and I held my ground, and because I held my ground and wouldn't budge, that was my I got ostracized at that point. When I excommunicated because I wasn't a card carrier. I didn't let them know what my bank account was and what 10% of my income was, and definitely wasn't going to finance them. But yeah, they definitely blackballed me.
hey, I'm gonna jump down. I'm gonna get ready for tomorrow and hit the bed. So, thank you guys
it
for
was
the guys and gal for the great discussion. I really enjoy this stuff. So, till next time. Thank you.
me too, DeFreak. Thank you
Absolutely,
so much.
thank
It
you,
was so
Jeffrey.
good to see you again.
All right.
Thank you for coming up.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good sleep. Ooh, 79. Your chat's on fire.
I know we got a dissident down there, but he's not. He's just being a dissident.
Oh my gosh. There's my friend. There's my friend. This time last year, remember this time last year, Maggot? Oh my gosh, hello. You're
Yeah,
sounding a
maggots.
bit Mormony. We should Maggot should start telling us some tragic stories of what happened to him. And he brings out the worst. he Oh, Maggot's one of the people I've laughed with the most in this whole world.
Yeah, he's frequents here, man. I really appreciate his participation, and he's got great mannerism. You know, definitely no
Yeah.
complaints with maggot. Yeah, down there. Yep. I have to redo it. There it is. Okay. Yeah, it's nice to be able to get into a discussion about various religions without it turning into a spastic, fit throwing scenario. You know, I kind of enjoy that, being able to share point of views and perspectives, especially when it comes to various religions. It motivates the majority of our society, and you can actually deal with people easier whenever you're aware of more facets of religions and indoctrinations. It's kind of like when I learned, you know, from the Muslim to the Hindu to the Sikh, you know. At one point, I just seen them all as you know, having Arabic roots or India, but now I can just in minor interaction determine whether they're a Sikh or, you know, whether they're Hindu or Muslim, Sunni or Shiite. You know, but you got to drop a lot of your prejudice whenever you want to endeavor into understanding each race and what culture they represent. And being able to talk without it turning into some type of horrible debate, that's refreshing and much appreciated. Definitely best and to free.
I love that DeFreak is the Christian who's quotes the Quran for everything. That's one of my favorite things.
Right. He fascinated me whenever I was at Jeff's is where I met DeFreak at, and I noticed right off he wasn't persecuting. You know, he wasn't persecuting people from the chat. And then on panel, he was very understanding in his nature, and he's about the only one besides you that I can even remotely go into a theological or religious discussion with. You know, then you've seen the zealots out there.
I appreciate that.
Well, I'm sure you've seen some of the less than productive interactions people have had when it comes to religion, especially in the Freefoot community that we're in.
Well, yeah, and that's why I was gonna say, you know, a lot of people, like, I think that's where it comes down to what's written on someone's heart, right? Because a lot of people that might go to church and even think they're Christians because they actually are superstitious, not faithful. In addition to let's say double agents, in addition to people gravely misrepresenting and purposely misrepresenting a faith, like a spy, right? You know, in order for people to be repelled by it, right? So there's, my point is that, you know, the concept of judging a message, you know, now we're not even yeah, it's always been about a message, not the messenger or the followers, you know. And that's where I would say that, to me, the concept of Christianity, I really struggle with it, even just as a term, because even if what people believe in Christianity were to be true, the messenger was always saying, not me, but him, right? So, you know, to actually identify as a Christian is linguistically if we were precise in our language like other faiths are, or like let's just say like Arabic and Islam is, then we wouldn't then it wouldn't be appropriate to call oneself a Christian, because it's actually goes against like one of the main messages, which is idolize no one but God.
Right.
And that's not me. Would be the corollary of the embodiment, right? So especially people looking and worshiping a crucifix, I would say have been gravely misrepresented. And again, we can all say that's the now I'm getting back, which I didn't talk to here, but the idea of gravity. I use the word gravity and everyone's like, oh my God, I can't believe you believe in gravity. It's like, we have to give name to a force that keeps our feet on the ground, keeps the water in the lake separate from the water in the air. Like we happen to call that gravity, right? Same with the thing that makes things fall. Now, the explanation of gravity is not necessarily something that I'm willing to say is true. So it's the same with this concept of Christianity, right? So to call yourself a Christian, I think that, if Christ were here, he'd be like, hey, you're kind of missing the mark, right? But then that's where you take a page from, say, the Paul Unslaved version of what people don't want to call Christianity, but it's that Christ consciousness, which people would call New Age, but it doesn't really matter what you call it. We're already back to this idea that there's people who are going to be repelled by the religiosity of what we call Christianity. So it's sold in it's just got lots of brands, super, super smart marketing, is what I would say. But that
it seemed to prevail in many facets, that's for damn sure. I have, like I said, I have my issues with the concept of my mathematics and understanding hyperdimensional mathematics and divine proportion, and knowing that, which a lot of people don't really actually realize, is you may have an unlimited amount of choices, or you have unlimited amount of choices, but free will comes down to either one or two things, do or not to do, which to me is a great stifling restraint against what possibilities are out there. Free will to me is limited by that one or two choices. Gotta forgive the breathing. I walked in the other room.
It's fine. I expect you to breathe. I should hope I can hear you breathe.
Well, not like this. That's why I really fucked myself up.
That chat GPT that you were saying, or you were saying your predictive text, it doesn't predict the right things for you anymore. It was reminding me a year ago today, if I typed LOL into my phone, the next word suggested was always maggot.
Yeah, he's another character that I enjoy having around. Definitely. Flat Earth Mormons. There you go. Oh man. Let me catch my breath here for a second.
You okay?
Yeah, I will be. I got up and walked in the other room. I just walking in the other room and back, I get winded.
Well, you're
Yeah,
doing better than
anyhow.
me. You're doing better than me. I can't walk. I haven't left my bed for years. I'm Bexel. I'm Bextra large. I'm gigantic. I'm half the size of Canada. That's what I heard. So I'm running with it.
There you go. Superstar status.
Just saying that,
Absolutely.
just saying that with that kind of emphasis nearly killed me. Axis, I'm not gonna lie. I actually have a special filter in front of me so you can't hear my heavy breathing in addition to my smoking. I'm Bexel, I'm Bextra large, and I'm getting bigger by the day. That's me. I own it. I tell you that King Stiff. Okay, just for a second. Oh, just for a second, Axis. That King
Gotcha.
Stiffless over there, stinky binky guy. That deluded man. Oh, I forgot where I was going with it. I was like, all I can say. Oh, that's what I say. I haven't said it publicly, but oh yeah, my real boy puppet. My puppet is a real boy. You know what I kept doing yesterday? He was playing my live stream, so I'd shut it down and he'd go to the next one and I'd shut it down. And then I'd immediately turn them back on, knowing that he wouldn't go look. And so then later in the day, he started playing them again and I shut them down again. I know everyone's like, oh, you're watching them all the time. No, you see, you just got to peek at what's live and what's on the picture. You know what I mean? Like, it's not hard to take a peek at what's happening on someone's live without watching it. You know, you just peek here and there. You know, they're obsessed accusing you of being obsessed. So, you know, it's really easy to feed into their delusions to the point of you know, taking it down. And then he has the audacity, okay, to be all like, she hates it when I play her stuff. She's hiding it. No, everybody knows I never left my content up. If I'm leaving my content up, I'm trying to bait somebody. I'm doing something with it. It's not just left up. Anyways.
Ulterior motives.
Yeah. So it was so fun. It was so fun. I don't stick around and watch, beyond that, see what's said. Today in
yeah, I just don't let them have that much space in my head,
Oh, but here's the thing. It's not about that, and maybe I shouldn't give someone any space in my head. But when you can occupy, this is where I guess you do unto others what has been done unto you. I'm just saying, when you can clearly make one move that occupies their fucking mind for the next 3 months, like, fuck yeah, all right. Like, it was a year ago. It's already a year ago that I told people I was online too much. So I put out my little prayers. I didn't know how they'd be answered. It got answered this way. Right. So it's like, how do you get off like, I hardly go live anymore. And it's not because I'm like hiding out. It's not because I'm scared. I'm scared. It's really because I don't want to be the roast. As you can tell, I want to be the roast comedian. I could gossip like crazy. I'm so good at this. I just gossip like crazy based on just peeking in for 5 minutes. I peeked in for 5 minutes today. I saw Mr. Red number 40 going in hard on Tarek. Okay. And Tarek just happened to be, and I just peeked in for a moment. Tarek just happened to be going, why is Red number 40 chat spamming at me? Blah, 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 blah. So I drop in appreciate your comments, Mr. Red number 40. And T-Rec, as I called him, TWRECK, sure can dish it out, but can't take it. That's all I said, right? That's all I said. I haven't talked to the guy once on Stevens in like 5 fucking months. I don't talk about T-Rec. He talks about me nonstop. Eventually he stopped. I've had him blocked through. I can't even see the motherfucker. Right? So next thing you know, what do you see? But 15 minutes later, he runs over to the kingdom. He's just as bad as Steven about lying, right? Lying their fucking faces off. She was writing all this stuff about me in chat. You know, it's like, dude, have you never learned incognito mode? All you guys. And, you know, like you don't even know what incognito mode is, you fucking amateur, right? I said one statement and you go spiral, and then they're all spiraling for hours. I'm not watching it. And you've got, you know, that's why I think it's actually now I understand better, even better what London was doing, right? Because you're exposing these fucking culted up weirdos, okay? These culted up fucking weirdos that'll sit through that shit, right? Like, why? And trust me, like, that's the biggest fucking weirdos. And everyone would be like, oh, Bex, you're just backwards justifying. You spend all sorts of time. I like talking to Steven, okay? You know?
He
I
won't let
like
me
picking
up.
his brain. There's lots of funny things about him, you know. So, but on top of it, oh fuck! Ever since you turn on me once, you turn on me twice, you turn on me 3 times, dude. People, I run out there looking like the weak woman, motherfuckers. People don't even realize what I've been doing unless you know me, right? And that's fine. Trolling everybody all the time. You stupid fucks. Even him. Fuck you.
Well,
Oh yeah, you know.
I know he won't let me up on his panel, and he won't address me in chat. So I don't know, you know, what his deal is. I made it up there once, talked to him for a few, and it really didn't go anywhere, and he just don't acknowledge me. But I'd like to talk to him sometime.
We'll have fun. I almost, when I saw
Right.
that he was on, I almost hopped up yesterday because I know that he would want to figure out how to block me in Restream. He's, you know, so that he could teach me in Venus how to ban people in Restream, right? I'd just get up there and be like, dude, help us, right? Block me, ban me, tell me how you did it, right? Because we're using a different, I'm not using StreamYard right now. I'm trying out a different stream software, Restream. And Venus and I both.
Yeah,
I
seen you were working with that.
I like
The
it.
last time you were live that I got to be around, you were working with some new streaming technology. What is it that
No,
you're
I was
using?
using my old. Last time you came on my live stream, I was using StreamYard, but I was using a paid version of it where I could make the icons like round. You might be able to do that too. But I had a year. I paid $96 last year for my StreamYard in the Black Friday
Okay.
sale. So I got the $240
Gotcha.
packet for $96, you know, and it ran out this week.
Oh yeah.
So I can still get 20 hours. It doesn't matter to me. I haven't streamed 20 hours a month for 6 fucking months. You know what I mean? Like wouldn't go over. It's just you get used to some of the features of the, like, you know, the background and stuff. So and I just had seen Venus trying it, and it has like fonts and stuff. So it just has some aspects of it that allow you to, considering I just produce from a phone, let's say, it allows me, in terms of what I'm used to having as some sort of personality to an avatar or a background on a screen, you know, to try and engage people. This one has different opportunities for me to like change the format. That's why my last live I went in like a little computer font, and I went up as Marshai, and you know, it just had a background and these little robots and was playing around with it. So, you know, but I don't know how much more I plan to go live. Like, you know, I don't.
Well, I dropped the link in the chat. Are you there?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. I see that.
Okay. Yeah, I try and share as much as I can. You know, I'm not a sub holder, and I don't farm my channel. You know, this to me is even though I pay for StreamYard every month, this to me is kind of a gift, and I like to show a little respect to not only people that participate, but channels that accept me and let me show up as me. So I think that keeps the community strong. and it
Yeah, I
shows
think it's
a
neat
sense of
that you and
camaraderie.
Be More Busker had such a great conversation on my channel that one day.
Which day was it? Which day?
One time, I don't know, a few visits ago, Be More Busker was there. It was probably 4 or 5 months ago now, but I haven't done that many live streams. So, but you and Be More
Okay.
Busker and I were there, and you guys got to talking about
Okay.
music and opioids and stuff like that. Maybe
Okay.
not. No,
Yeah.
benzos. It was benzos.
Benzos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably.
Yeah.
That's benzos are a real motherfucker to come off of. But I'm really, I'm not that hard to get along with. Just don't try and indoctrinate me or smother me with a personality, and we get along fine. But that minimal amount of please don't try and indoctrinate me, and you have your thoughts, I have mine, and let's go forward is entirely too much to ask of most channels on here.
Mm.
That's why I appreciate and promote the channels that I do go to, because you don't get that there. You actually get a good balanced interaction. And for this to be
Yeah.
but
it's kind of understandable with a lot of channels, because most channels have a philosophy they're selling, or like they don't, I'm not saying selling, but it is a monetizable thing, right? So just being on YouTube, just having a channel. So but I think a lot of people end up having to take a stance because that's what their reason to be on YouTube has an angle to it, right? So
well, I'm not, I reached the level of being able to monetize, and I got the subscriber count. A couple other things I got, and they were talking advertisement, and I'm not interested in it, because this is, to me, is not only is it a gift, but this is where my social life is, and they'll allow me to promote my music there too. And that, to me, it's just in itself, I'm pretty content with that. I don't want to have to tell people, I don't want to have to critique people as bad as monetized channels do. I still like that ability to flex a little. But when you get monetized, you really got to watch your ass and what's being said in chat, what's being said on the panel, and I just don't want that hassle. I'd rather be able to freely move around vocally than to have those restraints put on me. I mean, it'd be nice to get paid for, just socializing and being a media representative and influence, but my personality is so abstract. Go ahead.
The money comes through memberships and super chats more than it does for clicks even at the biggest channel here. Like I wouldn't like even at whatever in the panel, but if you want to pick someone 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 big, right?
Right.
So I know there's much bigger channels. Okay, I get that, but and then someone would be like, Joe Cool has a channel of 120,000, like whatever, right? Let's not even talk about that one, because that's definitely not Joe Cool's organic growth, and if it is, it's from when Joe Cool was doing something else than he's doing now. I don't care. I'm just using it as an example. So my point is paid per clicks is like not very much. It's like a few pennies for like 1,000 clicks. And clicks
Yeah, see,
actually are limited 4 to 5 what's counted as a view, I should say. Yeah, what's counted as a view is limited to 4 to 5 times per person. So I know people say they get 900 views to something. That's not 900 individual viewers. That's you know, if one person clicks on your live stream 5 times and watches 30 seconds or more of it, then they will give you five views.
I didn't know
Um,
that.
yeah. So you can't really, so you
'Cause
can there, I think in the analytics there is the opportunity to see more detailed statistics. So how long the average duration of people staying in your channel, like how long people stay. But also that's affected by people popping in for 30 seconds or more. That can really affect an average. If you have 5 people popping in for only 30 seconds, and you've got someone who stays the whole time. Shout out Maggot, 27 hours, for instance. Probably still recovering from that live stream, indirectly at this stage, both of us. Yeah. Where was I going with that?
Well, we were discussing the new streaming that you were using, and it went into I think Venus was using it.
Oh yeah, the Restream software.
Yeah. Yeah, see, I don't even I'd like, there's certain channels that I'd like to restream if I had the permission,
Yeah, it's
I
not
would just
about
leave it.
restreaming. It's actually a sad name for it's just like StreamYard. So it just happens to be called Restream. It actually, I noticed when I was watching when I peeked at Steven using it the day after I used it. Not that matters, and ideas are meant to be
No,
shared.
coincidence.
But for someone who's always like, she copies me, she's obsessed with her, it just seems to be that, anyways, I'm gonna keep some of my stuff. This is not a response channel. But yeah, so it's just unfortunately named Restream because it actually I think it takes up a bit more bandwidth than StreamYard. So I noticed that when streaming somebody else's live, it could be the internet, could be the software using more bandwidth. The sound was borging a little bit over watching someone use it the other day that does that. But it is designed to upload. It has, I think, capacity at even a free level to upload, I think, 15-minute videos and play them from in the Restream. So, but it's not it's no more restreaming software than StreamYard. It's not like designed to watch other people's shows in. It just that happens to be the unfortunate name they gave it.
Okay, I didn't know, but as far as Restream goes, though, I appreciate certain content creators when they're in the zone, and when they're in the zone, I'd like to be able to restream with them and be able to promote them, maybe get them some more views, subscribers, or participation.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean simulcasting?
Yeah. Restreaming. I'm sorry, Jack. Yeah, simulcasting.
Everybody calls it Restream access, so you're just going with the nomenclature of the entire community. So it's fine. It is all a form of Restream. See, there's live restreaming someone, right? So we could, share your computer right now and figure out who's live and watch them together. That's a form of restreaming. We could watch yesterday's content today and restream somebody. We could screen capture someone's live and then play it later. And that's a form of restreaming. Simulcasting is restreaming because I am streaming your channel to my channel, but it's but I happen to be there, right? And live with you.
Right.
So it is so simulcasting is restreaming. It's not wrong. It's an umbrella term. It just happens to have, to me, it makes a difference, right? Not because we have a word for it, but because then I understand you're actually on the show that you're restreaming.
Right. And I'll figure it out. I'll figure out how to do it. And, you know, I've seen
There's a setting in your StreamYard studio that allows you to toggle. It might even be under the invite guests link, where it allows you to toggle on guests can stream to their own channels. At least on a phone, that's where it is. So on my phone, I would touch the guests invite guests link in my studio, and under that's where the toggle switch is to turn that on. If one wanted to turn the ability on, so say you wanted, I can't do it because I operate from my phone. I could, because I could turn on my computer and have it on to do this, but you know how people can send their audience over to someone else, right?
Right. Boy was doing that for a while.
Yeah, that's done in the computer in the studio. Somewhere in studio, there's the opportunity to toggle on that people can redirect to your. It's in settings. I actually just saw it tonight when I was hiding my channel for 5 minutes to turn it back on to take some stuff down to just see you go live, and I was like, oh, okay, I'll go over. I was just actually organizing because I had 4 alt. I had my main account and then 3 alt accounts. They're not sock accounts because they're not like independent devices. You know, they're all linked to the same Google. So like if you ban me in one, I'm banned in all from StreamYard, you know.
Right.
Anyways, yeah, 3 of them I used and one of them I hardly ever used. So I actually hid 3. I hid the other 2 when I brought back the Bex Factor and deleted one of them. So tonight I was gonna resurrect the 4th one, recreate a new channel on the 4th one, and just hide them all.
Don't give away any trade secrets now.
Well, it's, you know, I'm just I'm not using it, and it kind of misrepresents. I've had a lot of invitations to collaborate, and it's just, I really appreciate the invitations, and yet I'm not very ambitious. I'm not YouTube ambitious right now. So I feel like having the channel up kind of misrepresents and kind of actually makes me feel like I need to do something with it. Whereas when it's hidden, I don't feel obligated to it at all. You know what I mean? So I've just done it often enough now that it's like, it's easier for me to engage on YouTube. Yeah, in the way I want to sometimes, just without even, being Bex. And I'm not anyone else either. I've always been everyone's always known who I am, right? I make a point of people knowing that it's me. So.
Well, I know you're definitely Bex. I'm grateful that you come up tonight. And I'm grateful that you're here. You know, it's like I said. I'm trying to keep from going into a full-blown breakdown, and any voice is a good voice sometimes, but when it's a friendly voice and it's one that you can associate with, that kind of alleviates a lot of the really fucked up situation that's going on in like my head and my body. So it's therapeutical. too. That's what Jeff is all about. You know, I used to go to cages and kind of use him as therapy for the fact that he understood mystery school teachings and hermetic. But you know, Cage and me, we've got indifference between us, and that's when I started going to Jeff. And I guess he's like a licensed, or he was licensed therapist or something of that nature, if I'm not mistaken.
Piers.
And I know
He works
I
for a
think
group called Piers.
okay,
Um,
okay. But I know he don't try and
but it's-
he don't try to impose on me.
mhm.
He's like, okay, you're fucked up. You're having a really bad day. You're going through some really nasty shit. If you want to hang out up here, go ahead. If you want to talk, you know, you're going to get rational thought back. But if you just want to sit quietly, you can do that too. And that's what I needed. You know, a safe place to be able to still be on panel, still be involved, but not to be guided or directed, and have some at least compassion, empathy, or understanding for, you know, potentially the state of mind or physical state that I'm in at that moment. I had to back off of a couple of computers and devices. I got in some shit over frequencies. So that's kind of between that and the circumstances that I'm dealing with. That kind of slowed me down. But you know, I really appreciate you being here, Beck. So don't ever think you're not appreciated.
Well, thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
For appreciating me.
Yeah.
And
Who
it
is
goes both ways.
Human FB? Have you seen them before?
No, but they've also admitted to changing their handle because they got given too many wrenches, and amongst other reasons, I would believe. But I don't know
Okay.
if Human F being knows. And it's funny, when I spend less time on YouTube, I'm always like, oh, I haven't seen so and so in forever. But then it's like, oh, I haven't been on YouTube, like I haven't been engaging in forever. Sometimes I have to go check my block list just in case mistakenly I had a moment where I just blocked everyone in a live chat I saw that I thought, it's like, you're just stupid for being here. You're just a fucking idiot. I don't want you to see what you have to say. So yeah, sometimes I can just be like non-discretionary and be like, if you're in there right now, I'm like, don't want to even know you. But that's my own thing. And I love that I'm known as pizza. I love to see the way people adjust to being blocked or being unblocked. I'm not gonna lie. Some people are great about it. And people shouldn't take that shit seriously, or you know, coming from someone who took way too much of this stuff seriously and personally, you know, a year and a half ago, it's just nice to, like, you know, not be. And maybe it's bad because I actually do kind of like fuck around with influence, you know? Like, I have like so many people hidden off my channel right now. I realized when I was thinking today that I should like unhide, but I worked so hard to go hide all those people. Like, but I'm like, I don't know if I want to unhide them. Most of them would never come to my channel. So why would it make a difference that, oh, the one time you came to my channel was to check, are you hidden? Like, you know what I mean? And I'm never going to know because you're hidden, but now you're going to know you're hidden. But actually, you never came to my channel till you heard the rumor that Bex had hidden like 100 people on her channel. You know, it's kind of baiting people to at least come check out the channel. You see what I'm saying? You know?
Right.
Because, like, yeah, and
Right.
people who would never come because I fucking hid you, right? I worked hard to find you in a comment, in a place. So I don't get given, you know, one thing about me is I don't get given many wrenches. I don't give a fuck. But I never did any kind of evil moderation. I've never done any kind of fucking fucked up sock account bullshit. Okay. So as someone who actually, I feel like operates out here with, some level of integrity on some part. And again, everyone can play their own fucking game. I don't care. But I'm just saying it's ironic that and again, I don't want the wrench, but probably it has more to do with like, if I was given wrenches, it has more to do with like, well, because sometimes I like fucking blocking people, and then I can find your channel and I can go hide you from mine, and I'll never see you or talk to you again. So it's just, but it's funny because like some people that I
Strategy
don't,
with Bex.
well, yeah, and some of these people, I'm like, at this point, if you've never come to my channel, you're not. So maybe hiding you baits you to my channel. I mean, it'll only be for a moment because you'll be like, oh, that fucking bitch, she hid me and I've never even said anything to her or about her. So,
Well,
anyways, it's just, oh, thank
kind
you.
of why I
Thank you
left the. Yeah, it's
for my
fine.
rent. It's
Bex.
very kind of you.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you. That's why I left the whole OTW Paul Talcott arena. Was they became Nazi blockers, to my notion. They went on a power trip with it, and then they wanted to start striking channels and just stupid shit.
See, I think that's the beauty of hiding people before they've ever said anything. It's not Nazi blocking. It's building a Trump wall. I built a wall.
Oh shit! No, but
it's not moderating if you've never said anything to be moderated. You see what I'm saying?
Oh fuck!
It's like,
Yeah, I just thought, if you're going to get in the mosh pit, don't start booting people out if they start moshing back. And I just found that no matter what was going on with those particular channels, it was going to be drama, blocking, striking, or they're going to troll you. And I was like, no, I think I'm well past this at the moment. But I haven't seen Paul or his channel for quite some time. OTW, I'm not even subscribed there anymore, so I don't know if he's even still around or what he's doing. And I did see that Z, he gave he did a live not too long ago, a couple of days ago, and that was kind of surprising. He went on that flat Earth rampage there for a bit against some prominent flat earthers. I'm not sure it was him and Nachikita. And that's another one, Notch, man. How about a channel taking off, right?
Mm-hmm. Did you see how quickly? Did you see how so quickly, like, Notch morphed back into Mike in like seconds? Like he arrived in the States, he fucking cut his hair, put a ball cap on, and boom, you got Mikey. I'm not doxing him. He said his own name on his own tab. I know nothing more than that. But so yeah, he does really well. And I would like to say also that, when he did that, not that I thought he looked old, but wow, he took like 10 years off himself too. Like,
yeah, he cut his hair and
looks great. Yeah, he looks great.
Clean cut American.
Yeah, he definitely like boom rebranded. What boom? And like, but I'm just using the lingo. Okay. I think. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, it's great. Good for him. I kind of thought it was relatively unnatural, his growth, but since I saw a friend of mine's gaming channel grow at a similar rate recently, not for as long, but he also doesn't have as wide a broad a reach. He doesn't network. He doesn't, you know what I mean? So I'm just saying, like, yeah, it's it really, I take back definitely any kind of pattern recognition I saw in Notch. He's definitely, I've seen similar growth on other people's channels with way less effort. So yeah, he's done great. But you saw what happened with the Rose. You heard what happened with the Rose fiasco over there, eh?
No. Fill me in. Good juicy gossip. Fill me in. Okay.
So Notch and Z were reviewing a conversation between Jaren and Jason, Rose's boyfriend, who Notch lives with, right? So, and just I want to add a disclaimer here. I don't know Jason. I don't know Jaren. The only reason I know who Jason is through Rose through Z, and the only reason I know who Jaren is through Steven. Okay, so I don't know these people, but
that's the whole Crow 777
that's
group.
a whole. I just so that I don't, you know. So, anyways, I guess Z ends up saying something critical Z ends up saying something critical of Jason or unkind of Jason. I didn't watch that part. And Notch didn't take up with him. So Rose, who had the keys to Notch's channel, flashed up a live stream while Notch wasn't around and wielded a gun and said shit. Gun wars. The gun wars are back. Girls, all G.I. Jane style. All G.I. And just for those out there that want to hear me do the roasting, okay, the G.I. June style.
Oh, man.
And the
I did not know any of that.
Of this, okay, so Notch Flash, there's a live stream, a couple ones that goes of Notch where he comes on and actually quite tactfully expresses what needs to be said, because some people saw the Rose live stream, but a lot of people didn't. And he was right. He'd been rapidly spending a couple days trying to figure out, you know, just how to get all his controls back, you know? So I think at least there probably was some sort of, you know, obviously shared plan, let's say business plan for these people, you know, they may have involved, like, who knows, like, I don't know, Facebook and like all those things. So anyways, I do know that Notch had started a Facebook account at Rose's urging or support in terms of network. Okay. Anyways, it doesn't matter what I think I've seen in my own. So yeah, so he did that. I don't know if she shut the live stream down or left it up, but it all was like, you know, it seemed, you know, looks like the intention to get a strike, right? Or shut down, you know? So he took care of all of that. And I don't know. I haven't checked in. I don't actually watch Notch. But I do peek around. I hop around and keep an eye on sort of everybody. And Notch is funny for me because he's someone who I could, you know, say two things in his chat and he'd fucking start talking to me for like 30 minutes. Way back in the day, I was like, you too, Notch? But I had been known to sort of take on the first time that Snafu Snaps ever called him a druggy guru fucktard and Notch had queef it to me, I ran with it. Okay? I'm not going to lie. He's a pious man. He's a false pious man. He's a sanctimonious, you know, self-absorbed, virtue signaling man, but he's doing his best. Okay, so on that same note, that's just two notches. Okay, so he models it well. He operates with a level of integrity. It's just that there's a root. Anyways, I'm not gonna, you know, yeah, not a big fan.
I'm just,
you know,
I'm just completely blown away that Rose would have done that.
I know.
I mean, it's not outside of her character, but damn, really?
Well, yeah, and that's where it all kind of feels a little contrived to me, personally, you know? But only time will tell. Because from what I understand, he was still, if I remember, what I think I heard was him saying, well, we might still live together or something like that. So, you know. But it did remind me, it's like these people that get upset, like, you know, that's why Stephen flipped the last time, was because Paul said something about him and I was on the panel and Stephen And I didn't defend Stephen to Paul. So just like when people, anyways, people know that I'm not responsible. I know I'm not responsible for what Paul says. I've dealt with this I don't even know why people do this to me and nobody else who sits with Paul, right? But maybe it's because people actually know that I like Paul Unslaved. I've always liked him. I have no problem. I've never had a personal problem with him. The ominous nature with which this entire Panelverse was treating him a year and a half ago, I was intrigued by. I didn't understand the obsession. I had no idea who he was, and so I went to find out for myself. And
Right.
in essence, I've never had a problem with Paul. Anything he said that wasn't to me, he self-corrected if he felt like he'd done me wrong, and anything he said about me that people have sent me to, he has said to me in not so many words. You see what I'm saying? So there's not, and it's not like I communicate that much with Paul. I've talked to him, been on his show 10, 12, 15 times. I don't know. Maybe there was a month there I hung out a lot more than that and I don't remember. I'm just saying, so I like him.
Yeah, me and Paul have only had one encounter, actual panel encounter, and
Yeah.
after that, it was just that one panel encounter. I was in the chat, and I was kind of obnoxious in this chat, but there again, that's another one that just, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, am I invisible? Or is it what the fuck, man? So, or maybe it's just people don't know how to take me or approach, what I'm about, but I don't get static. Now OTW, he gave me static, and Z and me, we had our moment. But I'm cool with Z. He just Z is Z. He does what he does, and faded away from that whole group. But it became drama.
Yeah, it's funny because I was just thinking that Z is probably all this like squinted up fondly of Z. So I'm sorry, I take it back. I don't mean to shit talk Notch. It might be, just a reflex. But I do find there's aspects of C. There's a level of, I don't know, I guess it's just personal preference. It's fine. Other people can dislike me. I can not be as into them too. There's just a level of this world like supports this. You can't fake it till you make it with virtues. You can't just read a rule book and throw the rule book at each other and falsely signal and not dig deep and raw. And I find some people but that's the way you get in your own little echo chamber on YouTube. So I was just going to say, it's not like you're in. I would say with my perception, if you were sitting on a panel with Paul and he engaged with you less than he did other people, my perception, not that you were, this is any kind of metric, I'm just saying as an example, because those two bits of information came in one after the other. I would say it has more to do with him putting on a show and being in production mode most of the time and knowing more about you than you think than he knows, but also knowing that the common ground or the production value between you two, not that I'm saying he measures everything like that, because I think he is someone that, would and does talk to almost anyone who would approach him on his own show. Right.
Yeah.
So, but also there would be, sort of managing that common ground or that production value or that drama content, and just not seeing where to take it, and deciding not.
That's probably.
Yeah.
That's probably got a lot to do with it.
Yeah. I'm just using him as an example because I think other people may also weigh in on that, because I think people out on YouTube tend to, regardless of who they are, end up having their talking points or their, beliefs or ideas sort of shown in such a way that everyone can get into their own little box, So on a panel, that so-and-so is going to bring it down to the race thing. That's why I joke and call Joe Cool Professor Juneteenth. It's going to give us the N-word lecture in 3, 2, 1, and go, right? I mean, there's a lot more aspects to Joe than that, but if he has the chance, he's going to bring it to that. And me just saying this is people being like, lack of privileges showing. I'm just making an observation about, repeated behaviors,
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
to the point where every time I went to, uh, it was kind of a routine scan of channels when they were live streaming, and it seemed like there were 3 Hanks, and he was on every panel on each channel, and he was there from beginning to end. And I thought, man, does this guy ever sleep? And I don't know. We had a bump and a run in here on my channel. It wasn't nothing serious or big, but those people, I'm sure you've noticed that it's almost like they live to jump from channel to channel to be on that panel from start to finish. And I just, that for some reason, it is a trigger for me. And I admit it, it's a trigger. I don't want to see your face on every panel because it discourages me from wanting to get up on that panel, because you're there all the time and you're hitting every channel that I frequent, and now I got to go to all these new channels and become participant in that because this some bitch wouldn't get off the panel.
Well, you could
Yeah,
go and
nothing like a good old hanky.
I like Hank. But I was going to say that a lot of people ebb and flow. I've noticed that a lot of people who can panel a lot end up, either taking a break or maybe they find somewhere else on YouTube to hang out, and they have other sectors that they participate in. But it does seem to be the case that people get the sort of live stream, that stuff I was talking about last year, right? That need to be heard and participate and be social and panel hop.
Yeah, it seemed a little excessive to me and overextending. So that discouraged me from going up on panels, where he was involved, because I just sat through 5 hours of him on this previous show, and now I've switched over to this other channel, and there he is. And I'm like, damn, And that's nothing against him as a person. It's just, he's got a presence to him, and he can become, I don't know, he will get into an altercation, and for my personal endeavors, I wasn't interested. But he did come here, and we had a chat. It wasn't bad. We didn't leave friends or anything. We're not buddies, but we're not hostile either. And
yeah, you're in trouble. You're in trouble when he laminates a sign. All right. So if he hasn't laminated a sign on your behalf yet, you're fine. All right.
Whew. Yeah, not yet. Not yet.
Paper sign is first
Not
threat.
Yet.
You don't want to see a laminated sign without it even being held up as paper first. That's commitment, man. Okay.
Right?
So he means it.
Well, Is Z doing something regular now, or is he just sporadic?
Z's a regular on Notches.
I
So
figured that. I didn't know because he
yeah.
did that one show here recently, but when they got into that flat Earth so deep that it consumed the entire show, I was just like, no, I'm not going to sit and speculate that long.
Mm-hmm.
And that was on Notch's channel, and I kind of lost track of Z because of that flat Earth Jaren thing that they were going through, and
Yeah. Yeah, it just doesn't
wasn't about
interest
it.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, but Rose pulling something like that now, that's
It's actually kind of
interesting. Did you get
badass.
to see it?
No, I'm not subscribed.
Oh man, I probably didn't leave it up either.
No, he couldn't.
Damn, because that blows me away, man. I mean, that's like next level Tommy shit.
Well, yeah, and
Pulling out the arsenal.
see, I'm the kind of person that publicly treats it like it all happened, but since I wasn't there to see it, I mean, how hard is it to start? Anyways, how hard is it to say something happened that didn't? Just for, I mean, I think we've seen that before. I think
Right.
that the pinnacle of Lurky McJerky, may actually be the influence of a turned camera on a screen not being used and a walking tree. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just saying, like, there could be, just like the whole, like, adjusting your pants. Like, and I don't even want to put it there. We could go as far back as Paul Cook's alleged blowjob. Right? It's like, did it really happen? Well, you don't really know. Or was somebody smart enough to just get their name, smeared across the panelverse? You never know, right? So could this be, I'm just saying, like, production isn't just for the CBO crew, man. It's not just for Grace Thorpe, okay? People got to get with this. Is 2024. This is 2024 self-made YouTube fucking influence world. People got to get with the program. And I saw RKX today talking to Tartarian Truth. If people haven't seen Shem go hang out with RKX for 10 minutes, they should go check it out. Right? And I'll tell you, if it was this time last year, I'd have been clicking his link. Guaranteed I'd be up there talking to Jason. Okay? But today I exercise self-control. Okay? But I would have loved to go up there and talk to RKX and trigger the entire Truthiverse, you motherfuckers. Fucking groupthink haters. Fucking people who lack imagination. I'd be honored to be a fucking RKX ma veterans. Anyways, but Shem went over there, and RKX was saying that he thought Shem was behind a lot of things, because Shem is behind some things that he's, you have to watch the conversation. But when he actually, when I watched RKX say to Shem what he said to Shem, I was like, I would say that to CBO. Anyways, doesn't matter who is behind what. I'm just saying there's production, and the Thorpes are a great example of it. And that's one of the reasons why, like, for me, my next level exercise out here on YouTube would be to be like Ben Thorpe's Yes Woman for a week. And I don't mean like in some weird physical way. I mean in the pixelated space, right? And I don't mean like be at his side ever. I'm just saying it'd be a great exercise, because not only would Ben push his boundaries, knowing he's got support beside him, right? And to see if he could make me uncomfortable. Right? I'm ready for the Ben Thorpe school of fucking broadcasting. I'm ready to just go sit beside Ben. Doesn't matter what he says, I'm gonna have his back. Right? Like, that's where I'm at this stage. If I want to have fun on YouTube, I'd like to hang out with Ben Thorpe for a week or two. Just be like, yeah, whatever he says. And not in that, like, oh, just passive, like, submissive woman way, but because, like, I have the intellect like his daughter. Like, I'm just saying I'm not like her. I'm just saying I can see that. She's very quick. She's so quick. I don't know if anyone's ever seen her re-meet with Aphrodite, who I had never seen their initial meeting. But I guess there's this scenario between Aphrodite where there's a generational gap between them. And Aphrodite is talking about going home drunk with a guy that he let her buy drinks for. And there's this history between, basically Aphrodite saying she was sexually assaulted and Grace saying that it wasn't. Right. And so they get back together, like, I don't know, months later to have this, oh, hey, sorry, I said that. And Grace does the same thing. And it's brilliant. Okay. It's just a brilliant conversations between, brilliant may be an exaggeration because people expect that to me like genius. No, it shines bright. Right. It shines
Right.
bright as an alternative discussion between two women, and one being like, you shouldn't have let him buy you drinks. Like, you don't, and it was just, it's really interesting, and it's people could say, well, that's heartless. That's tragic. How can you not empathize with, Aphrodite? I do, if that's happened and that's how she feels, I do. I'm just appreciating the art for what it is. And trust me, like, if people don't think Aphrodite is like Grace Thorpe 1.0, they're not watching YouTube through the right lens. Okay. Like Aphrodite getting everybody to think she ate her own period blood. Come on. Brilliant. Again, right? If you want to talk about like the fucking influence game of things that did or didn't happen that, people make up on YouTube, right? So, but it's a debate. It's that conversation is like an unorganized, it's like an applied debate is what it is. It's like an acting out a debate without the formalities. It's two opinions, and Grace is on fire, and Aphrodite's playing her right role. She's not being a victim. She's not like, I can't believe you'd say that. She's answering the questions and challenging back to Grace the absurdity of what she's saying. It's great.
What was the deal with London's purge on his channel? I didn't get to see what London did a purge here recently of a lot of people that was at his channel and frequented his channel. And for some reason, he did some kind of huge ass purge, and I showed up after he had done the purge. And
do you just mean like a reg change?
No, it was like almost like he did a purge of the chat and people that showed up there. I don't know what it was all about. I'm sure he left the stream up that he done.
Not knows here. He might be able to give us the lowdown. Not that I expect him to. I haven't heard anything of it. I have been over there more often than I was in the past, and I've enjoyed visiting with London, and I've watched things that I'm not there at, but I haven't watched everything. Yeah, so I did. That was my question. So yeah, I thought it was something had happened with Eternal, or Ethereal, whatever her name is, or is it Eternal? I thought I knew something had happened there. There'd been some sort of, but I don't know what happened either. So.
Okay, I didn't know. I was just kind of curious because when I offered him the information, I put up a couple texts in the chat, and he was like, "How did you not get blocked?" And I was like, "What the fuck, man?" And that's whenever I went back and looked and seen he had done a purge. And is that girl that he had on there? That
yeah, I met when I went up to say hello for the first time in many, many months. He and I had planned it in Flo's chat the day before. He'd invited me over. I met her there. I hadn't talked to her before, but she was. I joined them.
Okay.
And that's the only time I'd met her. I'd seen her come down. I'd seen her a couple times down at the Rebuttal Bar when I'd watched but I don't know anything. And I found out where they'd met and stuff like that, but I don't know anything about what happened. So
Okay. Well, I'll kind of keep an eye on it and see, because I occasionally drop into London's, and I don't drop in as an adversary, you know. I drop in to see what's going on, what he has to say, you know,
yeah,
kind of.
yeah, it's been really nice. I mean, I went over there and that was the first time I'd been back, but he invited me up onto McLovin KJV channel the other day. And I hope that back when I said they made that reference, people aren't going to take that out of context, like I was calling him Lurkin McJerkin in any kind of negative way. I was just using it as a reference, because if people know the lore behind where that nickname came from me, they would understand why I included him in the potential false narratives. Because I think that, I do think that London, that's why London calls himself Spielberg, is because I think he knows. And I'm not going to say I think he just knows the nuance of influence in a way that, yeah. And since I met, since I did meet most of these people on the, there was that metaversal, like the gayest, I call it the gayest day in the metaverse, when a bunch of men called out another man for having a blowjob. You know what I mean? Because they're like white knighting for, anyways, it was good for him to have the whole thing happen there. Right. But that's where, a bunch of worlds collided over Paul Cook's blowjob. I hope I didn't say Paul Knight there by mistake. Although shout out if I did say Paul Knight, because he probably needs a blowjob. But now I'm just being silly. Because yeah, I really, London had me up on his channel, and I noticed that he's adjusted his KJV channel to have he'd taken down his other Holy Social Weirdo Experiment at one point, right? The ones that were sort of focused on Slavia and the
Okay.
enslaved. But he's also taken down the content that he made of me. The videos that he had, they were more of Stephen, but I was in them, so they were of me as well. But
yeah, he did get on the Stephen kick there for a bit.
Well, it's funny because we had a good chat about it down there. Down at the
him and Stephen, he was well, you knew that when London was going to start his stream that there was going to be some Stephen memes going on. I didn't see that the last time I was there, so I don't know if he's gotten past that or gotten over it. But I kind of still considered all this a community, and that's why I still drop into like channels and platforms and content creators that were at one time a part of the whole community.
Yeah.
And I'll swing in and check on them just to see what's going on, what's up, because I actually, grew to kind of accept them into the neighborhood.
It is kind of this long, and it does sort of feel like a one long, dysfunctional family Thanksgiving. Never ending.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and one channel's mad at the other. I just kind of look past that, and I'm like, well, next month or next week they'll probably be friends, And
yeah.
But I'm not giving. I'm
not giving any more plus ones. In one case, like it's funny, Stiffy is like always like, I gave her so many chances. I don't care how many chances you think you gave me, I gave you plus one. And in fact, I really did the last few months, because there has been a level of usury and trolling, in the sense that it triggers people. It doesn't matter what I do, I trigger people. So I've learned to figure out what can I do with the least amount of effort that allows me to trigger everyone. And since one of those things was actually engaging in conversation with someone I enjoy conversation with, that was easy, right? But I also know the kind of paranoia that could breed on YouTube. Like I was there, but I didn't stay there. And some people get stuck there. And it's unfortunate.
Yeah,
So
I try to not get that in depth and that involved with the cult of personality to where I have to make them a center of attention. I'll just do some little song or a post or whatever, and that pretty much satisfies my bloodthirsty vengeance. Used to, though, I took that shit real personal. Well, whenever it was during the We Are Awake incident that took place, is where I became very vindictive. And after that passed, and Ian come back, and he's doing all right. He's got his channel going, and he's got his base. You know, I don't have that bloodthirsty, vindictive approach to any of these platforms anymore. Maybe I grew up. Maybe I matured a little bit. You think?
yeah, probably. I know I
Yeah,
have.
54
But
years old. I should probably grow up a year or two.
Mhm.
At
And
least
it
to a
actually gets
rebellious
kind of
teenager.
old. It gets kind of old, you know, and that's where, you know, to circle back to the conversation we were having earlier when JG was here questioning DeFreak, you know, I would say one of the main reasons that I don't like live stream anymore is because I don't care to spread my message or to wake people up or to help people through my experiences beyond, you know, one-on-one conversations or whatever. Like I I had a great relationship. I still do have a great relationship with myself. But before I found YouTube and the opportunity to talk to people with, say, like minds or who've done similar reading, to, you know, share your ideas in a chat, to eventually evolve to chatting on panel and, you know, having some sense of what it's like to do things publicly, you know, it's like there's an aspect of that person that was before all of this that just enjoyed her own company, enjoyed having a secret little room in my head where I think all these abstract thoughts, and to not need to share those thoughts with people, to actually have like friends in Discord where, you know, we've spent so much time you know, just hanging out, watching TV, watching scripted drama, watching whatever people on YouTube think is like evil Hollywood programming, you know, to get to the point where you can just say to your friend, I have a theory on that, and laugh and get back to watching the show, right? And it's helpful because, you know, you've shared enough of those theories with your friend, or they've listened to you panel like crazy, that, you know, it's just that sense of, you know, I feel like I've had the opportunity to take my friendships on my public relationships, the handful of ones that I've had, and, you know, I was so blessed, been so blessed to have some people come to support me at different times out here on YouTube. So blessed so early on to have people that helped me, and people think I was you know, I was emotional on the screen a year ago. Then there's people out there that can attest to how fucked up I was behind the scenes, and that they came and spent time with me. And a handful of those people I don't even talk to outside of public space anymore, not because anything happened, and some of them I don't even know anymore, but what a gift they were. Like what, you know, what, like, you know, my art of war, my generals and sergeants that came along to help me get to this point where it's like, you know, I'm just so blessed to have the few friends I've made off this space, you know, and real pixelated friends, you know, that I have established relationships with, that we've evolved to the point where we don't talk about YouTube. We're not, you know, doing the gossip thing. We're watching less, because there was a point where most of us were consuming, you know, 8 to 12 to 16 hours a day or more, you know, of these live streams
That's
back
what
to
I
back to
noticed.
back to back, right? And so, A lot of people still are, I'm not. So I know that people are, and some days I still do, but my point is that the next exercise would be to get back to that place where I really just enjoy my own private thoughts. A better analogy would be stand-up comedy. When you start doing stand-up comedy and you've been given the sort of equation to perfect your set, and you're kind of a natural at it, you get into taping yourself, listening to yourself, cutting out words. You don't even practice it, but you plan to pause less, make time for the applause break or spontaneous laughter that you expect. Like there's an equation to it. You also become kind of obsessive, and every time you've got your phone in your hand, you've taped all these things. When you make people laugh and it makes you think, because you're in comedy focused mode, you're spending like 3 hours a night with comedians almost every night of the week. You're being yourself out in the world, making people laugh, and you're picking up your phone and you're writing all these things down. It's one of the most obsessive things I've ever done. It's one of the most addictive things I've ever done, and one of the most obsessive things I've ever done with stand-up comedy. And sharing ideas on YouTube on a more nuanced level, at least until I live streamed, is now retroactively, I can see the parallels in the behavior. And so I stopped comedy a long time ago because of it being so consuming. I wanted to get back to just like my one woman improv show, like walking through life, making people laugh, sitting on benches, And so I find with my experience on YouTube, that's, since last year when I talked about Truth or Anonymous and joked that we could do social media rehab on social media, that was all a bit of a shtick and trying to ease people into this idea, that, it's kind of justifying staying online because I have a rehab center, right? Kind of like Dick at the same time was like, I'm on YouTube just to tell everyone to get off the internet. I can be here forever telling people that. It's a bit of a shtick, right? When I realized at this stage of my screen addiction, and I'm almost done my little monologue, at this stage of my screen addiction, even seeking phone addiction or social media addiction resources online only take you to online meetings. And sorry that my experience on YouTube has me thinking that online meetings are a perfect breeding ground for trolls. If you catch my drift, okay, I don't mean to be suspicious, but I ain't going to no online meeting. Okay. And I'm not acting like, oh, I need this stuff. I'm just saying, as I've eased away from YouTube, I use my phone now again for other things I used before YouTube, be it apps, be it communicating, be it, now, for me now it is watching series in Discord with my friend. But what I'm not doing is engaging in live chat and, having 3 screens on the go, So it's still, so I'm just saying, my point is I don't want it to seem like, oh my God, I'm desperate a year later trying to like put this phone down. I can't do it. No, it's the opposite, right? It's about really taking that time to reflect and also, acknowledge the changes and how much less I'm using screens in general, because long before I had this phone in my hand, I wasn't a TV junkie, but I do live, like I haven't been my whole adult life, but I live in an apartment that has free cable. So because I had free cable, I did watch TV. So, and I'm not even saying like I sat and just watched it and did nothing. No, I had a phone, I had my computer, I had a TV, right? So I had all these things going at once in a way in my life, playing Scrabble with my friends on Facebook, blah, blah, blah. This is all. So it's a long journey into acknowledging, a trajectory of chosen engagement, period, right? And seeing why has my life evolved to my community being pixelated and online, and how can I take that and adapt it into my real life, just like I did when I left comedy, so it's not some statement of leaving YouTube. I think people don't realize how much I'm not on YouTube. So to me, it's either someone has cloned me and is out there pretending to be me, right? And I'm just unaware of it because I'm blocked. Or my presence when I am somewhere has some sort of greater, like, oh, because she said hi, she's here for 6 hours. You know, like, no, there's a few channels I listen to and don't engage in live chat. But ultimately, if I'm not there engaging intermittently, I'm not there. I'm just there when I'm there, you know? So, anyways, I'm probably rambling. Is it getting crazy late?
Yeah, it is. It's almost what I would consider to be my evening.
Oh,
I
yeah, you're
threw.
usually up
I
this
don't know.
late?
Yeah. This is what I'm the opposite of what day people are. Their
Mm.
day is my night. My night is my day, and I go by a lunar calendar, 13 months, and got rid of all the clocks out of my house, and shut the clocks off on my devices, and I go by the sun. And if the sun comes up, then I know it's time to go to bed. Sun goes down, I know it's time to get up. Just made just made life easier for me. People, it's hard to get them to adjust to that, and I do appreciate the ones that have adjusted to it because it's a struggle for them. But I had to understand that I'm nocturnal by, I guess, nature. I feel more at ease at night. I feel more active, more present and coherent. So I just kind of gave up that whole concept of trying to live in the day because it's just not for me. And learning what I have about metaphysics, that's when I threw away the 12-month calendar and went completely lunar calendar to balance out my I guess equilibrium with nature and the cycles of the moon and how it affects us physically and mentally. And I base a lot of what I do off of the lunar count. Like to eventually fully be able to um, deal with the solar calendar and understand it a lot more. It's just we don't live long enough to do such a thing. But it's my understanding that there's four different cycles that the sun goes through, and we're in the last cycle of whatever transition that the sun's going through.
I say, fuck the
This
sun.
feels, yeah, yeah. I don't fare well during the day, and at night there's a lot less. Feels like there's a lot less random energy and chaotic energy in the air, and I can almost it just feels more peaceful. It's interesting to watch all the channels though, because there's a time that when it hits about 11 o'clock, all the channels go dark and they don't show up until the next morning. And I can tell who's a day person and who's a night person by when they go live. Cage is just sporadic anymore. He goes during the day or the night, but um, they all have a coherent pattern to when they're live and when they're not. And a lot of people, I can tell if they live in the state.
Cage went over to one of his someone from like the Bud Communities channel. The other day I followed him over, right? There was some people engaging in chat, and I don't, he started simulcasting. He wasn't simulcasting. Did he end his live stream? Anyways, I ended up over in this new somewhere I'd never been before, and it was coming in through the growing, the grower sector, right? I would assume, or
Right.
bud smoking sector, or whatever, right? you know. But it was funny because I watched a bit of the show, and then there was they welcomed up a regular guest of the host, and it ended up Cage and the host ended up falling asleep on Patty. And so Patty
Oh
politely,
shit!
let herself out. And then the live stream ran for, I don't know, I went to bed. The live stream ran for, no, I went actually over and watched a bit of Mel Pandora. But yeah, so I kept checking over on these two guys. There was like a public slumber party. Oh, so
Wow.
cute. So cute. So like
You know you're
I've
dedicated whenever you fall asleep on YouTube.
well, and that's the thing. I mean, if what I know I've muted once and let myself fall asleep, I think, because I think there is someone. I'm pretty sure I fell asleep once, or I fell asleep and then woke up. But that's the one thing that's like, shout out 27-hour stream, shout out 110 hours out here with only 2 hours sleep on day 2. Like, as somebody who has shown that extreme behavior, it's the one thing I have very controlled to go to sleep. I've and probably drunk once in my life. Like, I don't want to say never, but I do not fall asleep on couches. I never was a napper. I wear glasses. I need to take my glasses off. I don't want to wreck them. I'm cheap. Like I decide to fall asleep. And if I'm going to decide to fall asleep by taking my glasses off, I'm going to decide to put myself to bed. That's just the way it goes for me. So, but I also was a late night person for a very long time. Most of my life I've spent staying up till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. I worked nights as a waitress for many years. And then I just didn't want to grow up. So I knew somewhere along the lines, I thought when I'm grown up, I'll stay up as late as I want. And somehow that adapted into adults don't go to bed before midnight, and I lived that way till I was like probably in my 40s. Adults don't take naps, things like that, right? That I just lived out way too long. But when I did eventually start by choice, not by job, because I have also worked as a breakfast waitress, and as a catering chef now, and I was the 6 to 2, 7 to 3 kind of shift. Anyways, yeah, I do love being up when the world is sleeping, but I actually do prefer waking up before everyone else now. Now that I don't associate staying up late with being a grown up or whatever. So I've learned that I like to be up before everyone as opposed to up when everyone's gone to bed.
Yeah,
In a
I've
perfect.
always been a night owl. Always lived in a nocturnal and artificial light, green, red, blue. It's just me. I didn't never adjust or adapt to living during the day. It just seemed too noisy. And the best cool shit happens at night. Anyhow,
Well,
Bex, I'm gonna have to get some sleep.
Yeah, I hear you.
I'm starting to get a little delirious, and the visuals are getting pretty heavy now. I've been I'm being serious when I tell you that I'm on the verge of a breakdown, and that's no shit. So if you got some positive love and light, man, send it this way before I wind up
I
in
will
a
for sure.
fucking another institution. So,
Well, I'm sorry.
Bex,
I'm sorry things are so hard, and I'm here for you, and you know how to get a hold of me. And
yes,
if I
most
haven't
certainly.
responded, that means I'm sorry. By that means I'm sorry. I feel like I didn't last time you might have messaged, so I'll make a point of being more proactive in my response. I just want to say it's really nice to see all the people in your chat. Thanks to Not Know for answering that question that we asked, and because I just read it, and it was good to see Maggot again, and Human F Being, and everyone else down there. Yeah, and you, of course. Access. I'll
Absolutely.
catch you
It's
next time.
been a wonderful time.
Yeah, it really
Bex,
has.
thank you. Thank you so much from the heart. And you have a great
Yeah,
weekend,
and be
okay?
kind to yourself. Be kind to yourself.
I'm
You're a gift to this
I'm
world,
trying.
you know?
Thank you, Bex.
So
Thank you.
better times are ahead. Okay. Much love to you, and I'll catch you next time. Bye to everyone. Bye for now.
All right, everyone. We had another good show. I want to thank everybody that was in chat. No, Maggot, Human F Beam, uh, Venus Cupcake, everyone that showed it. Jeebus. I mean, thank you guys. You guys definitely make this a worthwhile endeavor. And want to thank my panelists, the Freak, JG, Bex, and may good fortune and wonderful prosperity be with you all. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. You're all appreciated. And this is Access out.